Chapter 358. Xiaodou grunted coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian, then said with a gloomy face, "I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that no matter who it is, if you dare kill my son, then you must be prepared to pay with blood. Even if the Heavenly Emperor kills my son, I, Xiaodou, will tear him apart. Even if your son was in the wrong, even if your son aroused killing intent first. You don't care? Don't you think that you didn't teach your son well?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou with a gaze that went slightly colder. "Yes." Cold lights flickered within Xiaodou's eyes as he said with a grim voice, "Even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him. Because he's the son of Xiaodou, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president." Haha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Xiaodou. As expected, like son like father. He's the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Could it be that his life is more precious than the lives of others? Of course. In my eyes, my son's life is priceless. As for others, at least, you, Duan Lingtian's life, in the eyes of Xiaodou, is no different than lowly grass. Xiaodou's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. No different than lowly grass. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he had the strength to kill Xiaodou now, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Xiaodou. Do you really think that the life of your son is precious, but the lives of others aren't? No different than lowly grass. Zhang Shouyong looked at Xiaodou and shouted coldly. Presently, the eyes of this young man with a calm expression had an additional trace of rage. "Who do you think you are to dare be presumptuous before Lord Xiaodou?" The Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li's face sank. He, who intended to show off in front of Xiaodou, pushed off from his horse and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At the same time that Shi Li flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky, half-step void stage. When they saw Shi Li shout out explosively before charging towards Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Fei was stunned as well. In their opinion, Shi Li was simply courting death. A half-step void realm expert was considered strong in their eyes, but in Big Brother Zhang's eyes, he was no different from an ant. After all, even a first-level void initiation stage expert like Withered Old Man was killed by Zhang Shouyong in the blink of an eye. A mere half-step void stage martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage was utterly not worth mentioning before Zhang Shouyong. Wang! Like a bolt of lightning, a spiritual saber suddenly appeared in Shi Li's hand. Saber light swirled around it. Resplendent and gorgeous. For a time, another 400-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shi Li. A 7th-grade spirit saber. Shi Li's hand trembled. In the blink of an eye. Wang! 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 The Grade 7 spirit saber in Shi Li's hand instantly transformed into saber rays that filled the sky, forming a saber net that swept toward Zhang Shouyong in an imposing manner. Wang Qiong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyong, had become his first target. If he wanted to injure Zhang Shouyong, then he must first deal with Wang Qiong, this obstacle. Although Wang Qiong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess the slightest origin energy, she didn't have the slightest trace of fear when facing the saber net that was formed from saber lights that filled the sky that accompanied Shi Li. Her expression was calm, as if she utterly didn't take the scene before her seriously. Because she knew that she had a formidable backer by her side. So long as this backer was here, she would be fine. This Shi Li is dead for sure. When he saw Shi Li make a move against Wang Qiong, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Shi Li to death in his heart. Just like how Li Fei was his reverse scale. Wang Qiong was similarly Zhang Shouyong's reverse scale. This Shi Li actually dared make a move against Wang Qiong. He was simply courting death. As if it was reflecting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a gloomy expression. At the instant, Shirley made a move and executed saber lights that filled the sky that swept towards Wang Qiong. "You're courting death." Zhang Shouyong's cold voice carried along frightening killing intent as it entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh! Everyone only heard an ear-piercing howl of the wind, and it was accompanied by a string of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At practically the exact same moment, bang! Everyone clearly saw that the body of Shirley, who charged over menacingly, stopped in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly out in all directions, and not a single complete piece of his body could be seen. Obviously, he'd been struck by an extremely terrifying force. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, including the Magnolia Trading Company's vice president, Xiaodo, the group of people that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of four seemed as if their throats were tightly gripped by someone, and their faces flushed red. Numerous pairs of eyes contained a sheen of extreme astonishment mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to death in an instant before they had the time to react. Duan Lingtian looked at this scene calmly, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. What a joke! This big brother Zhang was a formidable existence at the second level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before big brother Zhang. He was simply courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face was slightly pale, and she was terrified by Zhang Shouyong's ability. Although she didn't clearly see how Zhang Shouyong attacked, she saw the scene of Shirley's body being blasted apart by the terrifying force. Shirley didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry when he was killed. Everything happened too quickly. Quickly to the point it caused one to be shocked. "Father!" Shi Yan looked at the incomplete corpses that covered the ground, and her body lightly trembled as her triangular eyes flickered with despair and astonishment, and she had an expression of disbelief. Her father died just like that? No! Impossible! For a time, Shi Yan was slightly dazed. Whereas the others were jolted awake by Shi Yan now. Hiss! 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 Numerous sounds of cold air being inhaled rose and fell, and it set off the atmosphere at the scene to be slightly oppressive. Even Xiaodo, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company and an existence at the sixth level of the void prying stage, had traces of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shouyong now. He was utterly unable to clearly see how this young man attacked earlier. Too swift. Swift to the point his eyes were unable to catch sight of it. Xiaodo understood that this was a dangerous figure. Xiaodo's heart sank, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and cupped his hands. "Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodo. Today is a personal enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian, so I hope that you don't interfere. I, Xiaodo, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company owe you a favor." Now, Xiaodo used the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to pressure Zhang Shouyong, and he wanted to make Zhang Shouyong have misgivings and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Xiaodo was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain degree of pressure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But unfortunately, Xiaodo was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duan Lingtian knew Xiaodo's intentions when he heard Xiaodo, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Could it be that Xiaodo thinks that big brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Moreover, Xiaodo. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodo, and the corners of his mouth held a ridiculing smile. A vice president like you dares to threaten to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Laughable. You! Xiaodo's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duan Lingtian. However, the young man that caused him to be extremely fearful had yet to state his position. No matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, not daring to make a move. The young man's strength was too terrifying. According to his estimations, the young man was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. It was far from something he could compare to. Humph. Finally, Zhang Shouyong gave Xiaodou a reply, and he grunted coldly. Right when Xiaodou didn't know what Zhang Shouyong meant, he saw Zhang Shouyong move, vanishing on the Fergana horse into thin air. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out in all directions. He was able to vaguely see that there were 3 enormous silhouettes flying and moving in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they made a circle in the sky. When these 3 enormous silhouettes entered into Zhang Shouyong's eyes, it caused his face to become exceedingly ghastly pale. Second level of the Void Initiation Stage. As a 6th level Void Prying Stage martial artist, he was able to clearly sense that this young man hadn't exerted his concept, and he'd only purely utilized his origin energy to mobilize his strength, the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 2nd level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. This young man was a Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Whoosh! It was like a gust of wind blew past, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Shouyong appeared before Xiaodou. Whereas now, besides Xiaodou and Shi Yan, not a single one of the other 10+ people were still alive. All of them were killed by Zhang Shouyong. From the moment Zhang Shouyong made a move until he appeared before the old man, it only took the time of a single breath. In the time of a single breath, he swept out in all directions and killed over 10 people. Zhang Shouyong used his actions to illustrate how terrifying a Void Initiation Stage martial artist was, so strong. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight yearning mixed within, yearning towards the Void Initiation Stage. No. Meanwhile, the nearby Shi Yan, who was dumbstruck, finally recovered from her shock, and as she looked at the corpses that covered the ground, her face went ghastly pale as her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her triangular eyes flickered with boundless astonishment and despair. The reason she'd appeared here today was because she wanted to see Duan Lingtian being killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even decided in her heart that once Duan Lingtian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duan Lingtian's corpse into pieces, as only in this way would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. But now, all of this was bound to become her fantasy. Why? Why is it like this? Why? Why does this Duan Lingtian have such a formidable backer by his side? Why? The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her twisted and sinister facial features were now completely twisted together. You said you wanted to kill my brother earlier? Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto Xiaodou as he asked with a calm tone. Chapter 359. Sir. Who exactly are you? Xiaodou took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shouyong as he asked. Subsequently, he suppressed the terror in his heart and slowly said, perhaps, the clan or sect you're from has some relationship with our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. His words had an additional intention of admitting defeat. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he said indifferently, sorry, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it? Xiaodou's face instantly flushed red as if someone had choked him. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyong said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered to be the top trading company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was renowned far and wide. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyong had stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhang Shouyong hadn't paid attention to the other powers. Suddenly, whoosh! In the sky above Zhang Shouyong, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more, spiraling down as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Xiaodou's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his eyes emitted terror. Since you said repeatedly that you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you on your way first, and remove any worries for my brother. Zhang Shouyong spoke word by word, and every word he spat out seemed to have transformed into a heavy hammer that smashed onto Xiaodo's chest, causing Xiaodo's face to go even more ghastly pale. In the end, it completely shattered Xiaodo's will. Thump. Xiaodo's body crashed down and actually knelt on the ground, then he lowered his noble head and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Sir, spare me. I was only joking earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend Sir, your brother. He deserves to die 100 times. Sir, it's I who didn't teach my son well, it's I who didn't teach my son well." The current Xiaodo didn't have the arrogance of a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist as the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The current him was like a dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy. Before death, he'd completely abandoned his dignity. Just for the sake of surviving. Vice President Xiaodo, you didn't say that earlier? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he looked down upon Xiaodo from the bottom of his heart. A dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, for the sake of survival, had given up the dignity a martial artist ought to possess as a person. Such a person was pathetic. Brother Duan, I was just joking with you, just joking with you. Really, really? When Xiaodo heard Duan Lingtian's words, he suppressed the flames of rage that were on the verge of bursting out from the depths of his heart and spoke hurriedly. Joking? Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold. Soon after, he strangely smiled, since Vice President Xiaodo likes to joke so much. Big Brother Zhang, I think you can joke with Vice President Xiaodo. I think Vice President Xiaodo won't mind. Vice President Xiaodo, right? Yes, yes. Xiaodo hurriedly nodded. At this moment, how could he dare say no? When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Vice President Xiaodo, right? Zhang Shouyong asked indifferently. My lord, just call me Xiaodo, just call me Xiaodo. Xiaodo had an expression of panic and lost composure. You like to joke, right? Zhang Shouyong asked again. I do. Xiaodo hurriedly nodded and didn't dare hesitate. Very good. Zhang Shouyong nodded, then he raised his hand and pressed it down on Xiaodo's head. At the same time that Xiaodo's body shivered, Zhang Shouyong slowly said, then I'll joke with you. See if I can make your head explode by slightly urging my origin energy. Xiaodo was already trembling with fear, and when he heard Zhang Shouyong, he lost his composure and directly fell limp on the ground. Then he said with a trembling voice, Spare me, my lord, spare me. I can't take this joke, I can't take it. Humph. Zhang Shouyong's gaze went cold and he lost the intention to continue teasing Xiaodo, and the origin energy on his right hand skyrocketed. No! Xiaodo's gaze was sharp and just happened to see this scene, causing his face to go grim. His limbs pushed off from the ground as his figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed out with the intention of fleeing. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. But, would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and in practically an instant, a layer of earthen yellow light barrier appeared on the surface of his body. In the sky above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes competed to dance as they appeared. Swoosh! In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong's entire body had instantly fused into one with the earth and vanished on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyong, who'd utilized his 3rd-level earth concept, vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian, he'd appeared over 10 meters away and easily obstructed Xiaodo, who intended to flee. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's palm descended, his origin energy skyrocketed, and the edges of his origin energy faintly contained traces of an earthen yellow glow. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong had utilized his 3rd-level earth concept in this palm strike. Bang! The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons descended onto Xiaodo's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Xiaodo followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li, and his body exploded apart to transform into incomplete corpses that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. He was deader than dead. Shi Yan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout sound out by his ears, and subsequently, Li Fei who sat before him flashed out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that Shi Yan actually wanted to flee as well. Swish! Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully and caught up to Shi Yan in the blink of an eye, and the 3-foot-long blade in her hand pierced through Shi Yan's back and passed through her body. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm when she saw Shi Yan die before her eyes. Shi Yan deserved death. The 10+ people that came menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place, and all of them were dead. I just happened to return that Fergana horse to all of you. Zhang Shouyong spoke as he pulled over the 2 Fergana horses that were his spoils of the battle, and he and Wang Qiong each sat on one. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei rode on the 2 Fergana horses as well. The 4 of them headed towards the 7-star sword sect together. The incident that occurred earlier didn't affect the mood of Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and the 4 of them chatted and laughed all along the way as they rode the Fergana horses forward slowly. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Outside the 7-star sword sect. Brother Ling Tian, sister-in-law, we'll meet again someday. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. We'll meet again someday. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Big sister Wang Qiong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, you must come see me. Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong with a reluctant expression. Of course. Wang Qiong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance mixed within. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes when they saw Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's figures vanish before them, then they turned their horses around and headed towards the stable behind the sect. The 2 of them had only just entered the stable when they saw a young man come over to greet them. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior sister Li Fei. It was precisely Mou. After not seeing him for a year, Mou had matured quite a bit. Mou, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mou with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the 1st level of the Origin Core stage a year ago. How did you improve so quickly? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. You're able to discern my cultivation. Mou was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian was covered in dust and had obviously just returned from outside, so it was impossible for him to know his current cultivation beforehand. In other words, senior brother Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. Duan Lingtian gave Mou a mysterious smile, then descended from the horse and helped Li Fei down, then he said to Mou, I'll leave our horses to you. Take this, it's a small token of my appreciation. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he withdrew a large stack of silver. An entire 1 million silver was passed over to Mou. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I can't accept this. Mou shook his head and laughed foolishly. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou, then asked curiously. Aren't you taking care of the horses here and acting as a coachman for the sake of getting a little more salary? This money is sufficient to cover your salary for many years of working here, why don't you want it? Mou rubbed the back of his head. My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. I don't accept a reward that's not deserved. Take it, just treat it as your salary for helping us take care of the Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian continued. Seeing that Mou still didn't accept it, he immediately glared. If you don't accept it, then you're looking down on me. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spoken to this extent, Mou could only accept it with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Your talent is not bad, work hard. I hope to see the day when you shine. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Mou, then he held Li Fei's hand and left the stable, following the mountain path towards Dubhe Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I definitely won't let you down. Grasping the silver in his hand, Mou's face was solemn, and his gaze was firm as iron. Little Faith, let's go back. I've abducted you for over a year. Elder Bai is surely anxious. You've been on the road for half a day, and you're tired. Have a good rest. Duan Ling Tian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei comb her beautiful hair as he spoke gently. Okay. Li Fei nodded meekly, then stepped onto the chain bridge and slowly left. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure vanishing before his eyes. He didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead headed towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. Some things had to be faced sooner or later. Lu Shirgu. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After arriving at the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Lu Shirgu's whereabouts, so he walked towards an inner court disciple and asked. Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shirgu's place of cultivation is? This inner court disciple turned around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He obviously recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. When Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and knocked unconscious by Lu Shirgu, he was present as well. Now, after Duan Lingtian vanished without a trace for a year, he took the initiative to look for Lu Shirgu. His goal was obvious. To take revenge on Lu Shirgu. Chapter 360. Duan Lingtian, the inner court disciple hadn't finished speaking when his pupils abruptly constricted, and his gaze descended behind Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen something that caused him to be terrified. Subsequently, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to react and hurriedly walked away. It was as if staying by Duan Lingtian's side for a moment longer would cause him to suffer some sort of calamity. The inner court disciple's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, and then he turned around. When his gaze moved to the distance, he noticed two people were ascending the peak of Dubhe Peak side by side. Lu Shirgu. I really didn't waste any effort. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and after they approached, Lu Shirgu's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights as he said with a cold and indifferent voice, Duan Lingtian. In this past year, he hadn't heard any news related to Duan Lingtian, and knew that Duan Lingtian was still outside and hadn't returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. The more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was worried that Duan Lingtian had stayed outside for too long, and when he returned, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would have far surpassed his. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. After another 2 or 3 years, Duan Lingtian would have matured, and it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned, at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, killing intent towards Duan Lingtian arose once more, as far as he was concerned. Only by killing Duan Lingtian would he be able to have no worries. Lu Shirgu. When faced with Lu Shirgu's provocation, Duan Lingtian wasn't outdone, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. He'd ascended the peak of Dubhe Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shirgu. Now, Lu Shirgu had walked right into his trap and allowed him to save some effort. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you were seriously injured and knocked unconscious by my big brother Lu last time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my big brother Lu today? Fan Jian sneered, pretending to be someone else. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Fan Jian, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Do you think that with this Lu Shirgu around, I can't do anything to you? You! Fan Jian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Duan Lingtian was about to make fun of Fan Jian. His sensitive psychic power suddenly trembled. He discovered that Lu Shirgu had once again launched a sneak attack on him. Lu Shirgu's entire person seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping over. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. His face sank, and his legs trembled as he barely dodged Lu Shiji's palm. Whoosh! Lu Shiji's palm practically brushed past Duan Lingtian's clothes as it flashed past. Duan Lingtian, your natural talent is indeed not bad. It's only been a year, yet you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth as he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian. His sneak attack from before was only for the sake of probing Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to dodge. Do you think everyone is like you, not improving in the slightest after a year has passed? Duan Lingtian said in disdain. 9th level of the origin core stage. The commotion caused by the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Lu Shigu was great. In next to no time, the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples near the trade hall at the peak of Dupi Peak all gathered around to watch the show. It's that Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian has vanished without a trace for a year, and he's finally come out. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass senior brother Lu Shigu in another year or two. Looks like senior brother Lu Shigu has really brought great trouble upon himself. The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian didn't ascend the life and death arena and properly cultivate it for another year or two, at that time, he would absolutely be able to easily crush Lu Shigu. Now, he was still slightly lacking. When the inner court disciples' words entered into Lu Shiji's ears, it caused Lu Shiji's face to sink, and his eyes had cold lights that were awe-inspiring. What he was most worried about was this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shiji's ghastly gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, I've long since heard that your ability to defeat someone stronger than you is not bad. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, I presume you wouldn't even be afraid of a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right? When he heard Lu Shigu, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I don't know about others, but I'm naturally not afraid of you, Lu Shigu. Good. Lu Shigu started laughing arrogantly and willfully. Since it's like this, then do you, Duan Lingtian, dare to ascend the life and death arena and fight to the death with me, Lu Shigu? Life and death arena. As soon as Lu Shigu said this, the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Why do I have to ascend the life and death arena with you? Lu Shigu frowned, then took a step forward and provoked coldly. What? You, Duan Lingtian, the renowned genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect, the genius in the martial Tao that's able to defeat someone stronger than you. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What? Now that you heard I'm inviting you to ascend the life and death arena to battle, you're afraid? As he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose expression became even more unsightly, the mocking smile on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth grew even wider. Looks like some people are only formidable with their mouths. At the critical moment, they're instead terrified. Big brother Lu, besides being formidable with his mouth, what else is formidable about this Duan Lingtian? What rare genius in the martial Tao of the 7-star sword sect? As far as I'm concerned, he's utterly trash that isn't worth mentioning. Fan Jian cooperated with Lu Shigu in a timely manner and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian's eyes seemed as if they could emit flames as he looked at Fan Jian and said in a cold voice, You said I'm only formidable with my mouth? All right. I, Duan Lingtian, the trash in your eyes, invite you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words caused the inner court disciples present to look at Fan Jian with strange expressions. Yeah. You, Fan Jian, said that Duan Lingtian is only formidable with his mouth, but is incapable in other aspects and is trash. Now, Duan Lingtian invites you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words caused Fan Jian to be stunned. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage now. Even if it was Duan Lingtian who hadn't broken through a year ago, Fan Jian knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. How could he dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement? What? You don't dare? The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Fan Jian had an additional sense of disdain and contempt. You, Fan Jian, keep saying that besides having a formidable mouth, I'm incapable in other aspects, and even said that I, Duan Lingtian, am trash. Now, you don't even dare accept the life and death arena agreement of this trash. Are you telling everyone present that you, Fan Jian, are inferior to even trash? You, Fan Jian, are inferior to even trash. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into Fan Jian's ears, it caused Fan Jian's face to flush red, and he gnashed his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to directly accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement and ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. In the end, his reason still prevailed over his impulse. When he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples that became stranger and stranger, Fan Jian sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't change the topic. Today, it was Big Brother Lu who first invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. If you dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement, then so what if I, Fan Jian, accept your life and death arena agreement? As expected, Fan Jian's words drew a wave of disdain from the crowd. Fan Jian is too shameless. He clearly knows that it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for senior brother Lu Shige, yet he's still instigating Duan Lingtian to accept senior brother Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement. Exactly, once Duan Lingtian agrees to senior brother Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement, the one that dies will surely be Duan Lingtian. Even if he agrees to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement, but at that time, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. In the end, he utterly doesn't have to ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. If I was Duan Lingtian, I'd request to ascend the life and death arena to battle Fan Jian before battling Lu Shige. Let's see if Fan Jian dares. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. What? Duan Lingtian, weren't you extremely arrogant and conceited earlier? You don't dare. Fan Jian disregarded the discussions in the surroundings and used a mocking gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian as he provoked. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian sneered. I can agree to your request. But I heard an inner court senior brother's suggestion earlier, and it's not bad. So long as you agree to my life and death arena agreement, I can agree to Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement. But I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, Fan Jian. After our battle, I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Fan Jian. You! Fan Jian's face sank as he glared at the inner court disciple that gave this suggestion, then his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't forget, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle today. As they say, first come first serve. I, Fan Jian, won't compete with Big Brother Lu. Haha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Fan Jian, Duan Lingtian, have seen many shameless people in my entire life, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Before you, they aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. Duan Lingtian's words that seemed to be praise instead caused Fan Jian to feel it to be incomparably ear-piercing when it entered Fan Jian's ears. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but emit a wave of laughter. They deeply agreed with what Duan Lingtian said now. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're still speaking in such a dignified manner. Do you, Fan Jian, really think that the senior brothers present are unable to discern your cowardice and weakness? Laughable. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, and his words were sharp. Duan Lingtian, looks like you don't dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement. Chapter 361. Lu Shirgu, who watched coldly from the sidelines for a while, spoke out once more, as if he was cooperating with Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian, even if you don't ascend the life and death arena, even if I can't kill you, I, Lu Shirgu, won't let you have an easy time. I'll slowly torture you, and even. Although Lu Shirgu hadn't finished speaking, but the gloomy gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian's dantian undoubtedly told everyone what he wanted to say, yet didn't. He would cripple Duan Lingtian's dantian. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. Although the Seven-Star Sword sect prohibited disciples from killing each other in private and even crippling each other's dantians, but accidents couldn't be avoided when martial artists fought. Even if Lu Shirgu really crippled Duan Lingtian's dantian, he could say it was an accident. At that time, the Seven-Star Sword sect would at most give Lu Shirgu some insignificant punishment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded out. Lu Shirgu, if you dare have any ideas about Duan Lingtian's dantian, I'll surely cripple you. Along with this voice sounding out, the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was slowly stepping onto the peak of Dubhe Peak, and his cold gaze stared at Lu Shirgu. It's senior brother Jing Song. It was senior brother Jing Song that took away the unconscious Duan Lingtian the other day. Looks like he has a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Nonsense. If it wasn't for their relationship being good, would senior brother Jing Song stand up for Duan Lingtian? Supposedly, senior brother Jing Song's cultivation had already broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage last month. As expected of the son of the Mizar Peak's master. He's inherited the outstanding natural talent in the martial Tao of the Peak Master Jing Fan. The gazes the numerous Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked at Jing Song were filled with reverence. Reverence towards the strong senior brother Jing Song. Seeing Jing Song's arrival, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and greeted him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Jing Song replied with a smile. Where was the cold look from before? Jing Song. Lu Shirgu looked at Jing Song, his expression as ugly as it could be. Jing Song spoiled his plans time and time again and had long made him hate him to the bone. But unfortunately, no matter if it was his background or strength, he was inferior to Jing Song, so he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if this Lu Shirgu dares to touch you in the future, just let me know and I'll make him suffer. When Jing Song looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a smile on his face. But when his gaze landed on Lu Shirgu, it became incomparably cold, as if he was a completely different person. His words were filled with dominance. The crowd was in an uproar. The inner court disciples present were clearly aware that since senior brother Jing Song said this, it also meant that he would become Duan Lingtian's backing in the inner court in the future. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with envy. After all, within the Seven-Star Sword sect's inner court, only inner court disciples below the age of 30 that stayed behind to guard the sect. Practically all the inner court disciples above the age of 30 were sent to the various properties of the Seven-Star Sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, Jing Song's cultivation had stepped into the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, amongst the group of inner court disciples that stayed behind to guard the Seven-Star Sword sect, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5. Most importantly, Jing Song still had a layer of honorable identity. The son of the Mizar Peak's master. It could be imagined that with Jing Song's care now, there wouldn't be many inner court disciples that dare defend Duan Lingtian in the inner court in the future. Jing Song, this is a personal enmity between us and Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't interfere. Lu Shirgu took a deep breath, as he was unwilling to let Duan Lingtian off just like this. Lu Shirgu, did you not hear what I said or what? Jing Song's face sank, and his gaze was like a sword that flashed straight at Lu Shirgu as he said in a low voice, if there's something wrong with your ears, then I don't mind cutting off your ears to help you examine them properly. If there's nothing wrong with them, then shut your mouth. Zheng Song's threat caused Lu Shige's face to flush red, and his gaze was vicious. But he just happened to not dare flare up, and he could only clench his fists tightly as his body trembled to express the intense dissatisfaction in his heart. In the end, Lu Shige looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then fight me openly on the life and death arena, and fight to the death. Otherwise, you're a coward, a piece of trash." Hearing Lu Shige's words, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change, and he said indifferently, "Lu Shige, do you think that your little bit of provocation will work on me?" Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Lu Shige's expression turned ugly, but he didn't forget to mock Duan Lingtian, "Coward, piece of trash. Didn't you say that you're not afraid of me? Now, you don't even have the courage to fight me on the life and death arena? You really want to fight me on the life and death arena?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lu Shige, as if he wanted to confirm it further. "Of course. Let's see if you have the guts to accept the challenge." Lu Shige's face revealed disdain and contempt as he said with a cold smile, "I can promise you that I'll fight you on the life and death arena." Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't agree, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and it was out of everyone's expectations. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian." Zheng Song's face went grim. "You don't have to pay attention to this Lu Shige. How old are you, and how old is he? Even if you don't dare accept his life and death arena agreement, it's fine, it's not shameful." "Zheng Song, what does Duan Lingtian's agreement to my life and death arena agreement have to do with you?" Lu Shige was slightly enraged from embarrassment when he saw Zheng Song interfering once again. "What? You have objections?" Zheng Song glanced coldly at Lu Shige, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. "If you have objections, I'll give you a chance. You and I will fight on the life and death arena. If I'm unable to kill you in a single move, then I'll draw my sword and cut my own throat. How about it?" Zheng Song's words could be said to be domineering, and it caused the crowd of inner court disciples present to feel their blood boil. Lu Shige's face sank. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, whereas Zheng Song was at the third level of the nascent soul stage, in terms of strength. Zheng Song was twice as strong as him. Killing him in a single move wasn't difficult. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zheng Song's life and death arena agreement. "If you don't dare, then shut your mouth." How could Zheng Song not know what Lu Shige was thinking when he saw Lu Shige's face flushed red, yet he didn't dare reply after a long time, and he spoke with a disdainful expression. He once again looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong to the point that even he felt inferior. But Duan Lingtian hadn't matured after all, and it wasn't very likely for him to be a match for Lu Shige, so he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian's impulsiveness. Impulsiveness was the devil, and sometimes it would even cause one's death. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian wake up. But in next to no time, he was stunned. "Don't worry, senior brother Zheng Song, I'm confident." Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zheng Song's ears. "You've broken through to the nascent soul stage?" Zheng Song replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. "No, I'm at the 9th level of the origin core stage now." Duan Lingtian replied, then he didn't wait for Zheng Song to reply before turning around to look at Lu Shige and said indifferently, "Lu Shige, I can agree to your life and death arena agreement. But you must agree to a condition of mine. If you're willing to agree, then I can ascend the life and death arena with you right now. If you're unwilling to agree, then take it as I've never agreed to your life and death arena agreement." "What condition?" The gaze of Lu Shige, who originally thought he didn't have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, abruptly lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he'd taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Presently, the gazes of the crowd of inner court disciples present, including Zheng Song and Fan Jian, had descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What condition did Duan Lingtian want Lu Shigu to agree to? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. This caused Fan Jian's face to go grim as a bad premonition arose within his heart. If you want me to agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, then it's not impossible. But you have to ask Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena with you and battle me. I'll battle the two of you by myself. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His words caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly strange. Duan Lingtian wants Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena to battle him as well? He wants to fight the two of them by himself. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has gone mad? Does he really think he can kill senior brother Lu Shigu and Fan Jian? Madman! Madman! Practically not a single inner court disciple looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had defeated a strong opponent many times in the past and created miracles. But today, the person Duan Lingtian was going to face was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Although the 9th level of the origin core stage and the first level of the nascent soul stage were only a single level apart, the difference was like 1,000 miles. The difference in strength between the two was almost double. Zheng Song was stunned. Lu Shigu was stunned as well. Lu Shigu secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian raise this condition. He'd practically guessed Duan Lingtian's plan at the first possible moment. It was none other than Duan Lingtian wanting to fight to the death and kill Fan Jian right under his nose. Perhaps I can make Fan Jian become bait and draw him up to the life and death arena. At that time, with me making a move, it would be utterly impossible for him to have the chance to touch Fan Jian. Lu Shigu thought in his heart, and a perfect idea appeared in his heart. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat him. Only a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. Earlier, the reason he probed Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Once Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only dispel the thought of going against Duan Lingtian. Even to the extent that he decided to leave the 7-star sword sect and avoid Duan Lingtian's revenge, he could imagine that even if Duan Lingtian, who possessed the ability to defeat a strong opponent, had just broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage, he would surely be able to easily kill him. After he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he knew that this was his chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And also his last chance. So long as he was able to provoke Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena and kill Duan Lingtian, he would have no more worries. Lu Shigu's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. Chapter 362. Big Brother Lu, don't listen to this Duan Lingtian, you. At the same time that Fan Jian's face went pale, he was slightly flustered. Because he noticed that Lu Shigu seemed to have already made up his mind to let him ascend the life and death arena to battle with the Duan Lingtian. He knew his own limits. He was far from being a match for the Duan Lingtian. If the Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a single sword strike would be sufficient. But before Fan Jian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Shigu. Fan Jian, don't worry. With me, Lu Shigu, here, I guarantee that you won't lose a single hair. Lu Shigu's words were filled with strong confidence, the confidence of a nascent soul martial artist. What? You don't believe me? Seeing Fan Jian's expression still unsightly and not replying to him for a long time, Lu Shigu was slightly embarrassed and his face couldn't help but sink. Big Brother Lu, Fan Jian had a bitter expression. He wanted to tell Lu Shigu that since the Duan Lingtian wanted him to ascend the life and death arena together, he surely had confidence. But in the end, he didn't continue speaking, because he saw the determination in Lu Shigu's eyes. He and Lu Shigu had known each other since long ago, and he knew Lu Shigu's character. He knew clearly in his heart that once Lu Shigu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. No matter what he said, it was useless. Don't worry, the reason I made a move against this Duan Lingtian earlier was to probe his depths and see the progress of his cultivation in this year. Since he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I'm naturally not afraid of him. Right at this moment, Lu Shiji's voice transmission entered Fan Jian's ears, causing Fan Jian's heart to settle. So it turned out that the reason Big Brother Lu made a move earlier was to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. Seeing Lu Shigu so confident, the worry in Fan Jian's heart lessened. Suddenly, Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, Fan Jian, can agree to your conditions. I'll ascend the life and death arena with Big Brother Lu and battle you." When Duan Lingtian heard Fan Jian, his expression froze and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. It was as if he found it hard to believe that Fan Jian would agree to this condition. However, when his expression landed in the eyes of Lu Shigu and Fan Jian, it made the latter feel that he was lacking in confidence, causing the latter's confidence to greatly increase. "Fan Jian, you're such a coward. You actually dare to challenge me to the life and death arena. What a surprise." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you, Duan Lingtian, are bound to become an untrustworthy person in the future, and it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the Seven-Star Sword sect." Fan Jian sneered with a smug expression on his face. Seeing Duan Lingtian behaving like this, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had purposely said that he wanted him to join him on the life and death arena in order to make him back off. At that time, this Duan Lingtian would be able to righteously reject Brother Lu's challenge to the life and death arena. At this moment, Fan Jian felt that he was so smart. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and his mouth slightly moved as he sent a voice transmission that broke through Fan Jian's eardrums. "Fan Jian, even if I'm not a match for Lu Shigu, I'll still kill you before he makes a move against me. After that, I'll leap off the life and death arena." At that time, with senior brother Zheng Song's protection, Lu Shigu is bound to be unable to kill me. Fan Jian's face went slightly grim when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, yet he didn't give in. "Then let's see if you kill me first, or Brother Lu kills you first." Subsequently, Fan Jian passed on what Duan Lingtian had said to him via voice transmission to Lu Shigu, and it caused Lu Shiji's eyes to be unable to refrain from squinting. "Fan Jian, you can be at ease. With me here, he won't be able to kill you." Lu Shigu replied to Fan Jian via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. "I believe in Brother Lu." Fan Jian hurriedly replied. Presently, Lu Shigu and Fan Jian didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's agreement to the life and death arena this time any longer. Duan Lingtian wasn't really confident. Instead, he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Ascending the life and death arena to battle the two of them was fake. Wanting to kill Fan Jian and then flee was the real truth. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian, do you want to reconsider?" Zheng Song frowned and wanted to take a step further to restrain Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's actions caused Lu Shigu and Fan Jian's expressions to be slightly unsightly. At this moment, they were truly worried that this matter would be spoiled by Zheng Song. "Senior brother Zheng Song, there are things one can do and things one can't do in one's lifetime. Today, since I, Duan Lingtian, have spoken, then I'll naturally keep my word." Duan Lingtian shook his head and refused Zheng Song's good intentions. The surroundings were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian really wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shigu and Fan Jian? He's simply gone mad. A 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist wants to go against a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist? What a fantasy! None of the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. "Let's go to the life and death arena." Lu Shigu glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then called out to Fan Jian before heading towards the other side of the peak. The life and death arena of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, was situated at the side of a precipice at the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it was covered in floor tiles that seemed to be dyed with blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Shigu and Fan Jian flashed out and were the first to ascend the arena. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Jing Song walked side by side, and behind them was a group of inner court disciples as they slowly walked towards the life and death arena in a formidable array. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, are you really confident? Although Duan Lingtian's voice transmission revealed strong confidence, Jing Song couldn't help but be slightly worried. He'd always been extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian that allowed his father to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. This was an enormous favor. It was difficult to return. Senior brother Jing Song, it isn't the first time I've ascended the 7-star sword sect's life and death arena, but those that have died on the life and death arena have always been my opponents. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Jing Song nodded and didn't say anything further. He chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's past deeds, Duan Lingtian wasn't an impulsive person. Every time he ascended the life and death arena, no one looked favorably upon him, but every time he was able to exceed everyone's expectations and kill his opponents one by one. Duan Lingtian had created too many miracles. But unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see it with his own 2 eyes. This time, he finally had the chance. He really looked forward to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before the life and death arena. The surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. So long as it was someone at the peak of Dubhe Peak, no matter if it was an inner court disciple or an inner court elder, all of them had gathered over to watch the show. What's happened? Some of the inner court disciples that had just arrived couldn't help but ask curiously. In next to no time, along with the explanations of the other inner court disciples, they came to a sudden understanding, so it turned out that Duan Lingtian wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shigu and Fan Jian. 1 against 2. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the nascent soul stage? This was their first thought when they heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No. Some inner court disciples that knew the situation shook their heads. Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, and is only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The reason he was willing to ascend the life and death arena was mostly because of Fan Jian. Exactly, the conflict between him and senior brother Lu Shigu was ultimately because of the culprit, Fan Jian. Perhaps, he wants to seize this opportunity to kill Fan Jian. Kill Fan Jian. With senior brother Lu Shigu present, it's extremely difficult for him to kill Fan Jian. It's indeed extremely difficult. No matter how the group of inner court disciples discussed, the agreement on the life and death arena had already been set, and was difficult to change. On the life and death arena, Lu Shigu stood there, and the inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind, causing him to look graceful and elegant. Whereas Fan Jian was now standing behind Lu Shigu, as if only by hiding behind Lu Shigu would he be able to obtain a sense of security. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shigu's fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. Duan Lingtian nodded to Jing Song, then his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he lightly descended onto the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Shigu. Fan Jian, you plan to always hide behind Lu Shigu? After ascending the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian didn't look at Lu Shigu, but instead looked at Fan Jian who was behind Lu Shigu as he asked indifferently. Fan Jian's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Oh. This Fan Jian is truly cowardly. It's not strange. Although Fan Jian has recently broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, when facing Duan Lingtian who had the strength to cripple the 9th level origin core stage senior brother Wu Yongqian's arm 1 year ago, he's still not enough. Yeah, 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, yet he was even able to cripple the arm of a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, sweeping through all the martial artists in the origin core stage is nothing difficult for him, and he can be called the number 1 person below the nascent soul stage. At the same time that the crowd of inner court disciples around the life and death arena ridiculed Fan Jian, They weren't stingy with their praise of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian is still too impulsive. Yeah, if another 2 years passed, he might not be unable to surpass senior brother Lu Shige. He's too impatient. In next to no time, some inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh, and they felt pity for Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fan Jian today, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. After all, besides Fan Jian, Duan Lingtian still had to face Lu Shige, who was an inner court disciple at the nascent soul stage. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Lu Shige's mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, you're quite bold to actually dare ascend the life and death arena. Today, Lu Shige, will send you on your way. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Lu Shige, then paid no further attention to him, and his gaze instead descended onto Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shige. As far as the bystanders were concerned, Duan Lingtian's target wasn't Lu Shige, but Fan Jian. Fan Jian's face went grim when he noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and he felt oppressed in his heart. Before Duan Lingtian, who was similarly at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he felt that his cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage was completely useless. Fan Jian, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu that day, I intended to bury the hatchet with you. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish it properly. Today, I won't show mercy. Chapter 363. Everyone present was able to deeply feel the rage within Duan Lingtian's words. Fan Jian's face went grim as he hurriedly hid behind Lu Shige, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly kill him. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then instantly moved, his entire body tearing through the sky as he flashed out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed directly towards Fan Jian, and Lu Shige, who was before Fan Jian, was directly disregarded by him. Whoosh! Instantly, a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as this narrow sword appeared, 45 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword! Exclamations of surprise rose and fell continuously in the surroundings of the life and death arena. They were all shocked by the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This narrow sword provided an amplification of close to 40%. It was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. This Duan Lingtian had a grade 6 spirit sword. Where did junior brother Duan Lingtian get a grade 6 spirit sword? Zheng Song had an astonished expression. This grade 6 spirit sword was left behind by the withered old man Zhang Shouyong killed at the ancient city of Everlast's Eternal Jade Restaurant. Zhang Shouyong gave this grade 6 spirit sword, which was his spoils of battle, to Duan Lingtian, and it had become the strongest weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Big brother Lu, save me! Although he was hiding behind Lu Shige, Fan Jian didn't have the slightest feeling of safety. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a grade 6 spirit sword and display the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was completely terrified. He was utterly unable to arouse the thought of resisting in his heart. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, his body was like a spirit serpent as he went around Lu Shige, and the sword in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it struck straight towards Fan Jian's throat. He intended to kill Fan Jian with a single strike. You're courting death. In the beginning, Lu Shige was also attracted by the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he reacted, the grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a bone-like sword light that directly swept towards the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. He wanted to shake off the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and save Fan Jian. Yunfeng Sword Art. The sword light in Lu Shige's hand was fast to the extreme. As it swept out, it seemed to carry the power to split mountains. At the same time, more than 250 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Shige. The strength of Lu Shiji's sword was stronger than the strength of Duan Lingtian's sword by an entire 90+ ancient mammoths. Whoosh! When the sword flashed out, it was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds and smashed down with a loud bang. It was precisely the profoundness of the Cloud Peak sword technique. When Duan Lingtian was chasing after Fan Jian, he seemed to be ignoring Lu Shige, but his thoughts were completely on Lu Shige. Therefore, when Lu Shige drew his sword, he discovered it at the first possible moment. When he discovered that the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in Lu Shiji's hand was heading towards his sword, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile that contained traces of a scheme that had succeeded. Just when the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the life and death arena slightly congealed and fell on Duan Lingtian, wanting to see if Duan Lingtian was able to disperse Lu Shiji's sword strike. "Come at me!" Duan Lingtian suddenly lightly shouted. In the next moment, everyone saw that Duan Lingtian's figure that was flashing towards Fan Jian suddenly trembled. Like an agile spirit serpent, he made a turn and faced Lu Shige, who was attacking him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sword drawing arts. The Grade 6 Spirit Sword suddenly changed direction and transformed into an even swifter bolt of lightning, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shige was originally brimming with confidence, but when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly change direction and a sword flashing straight towards him, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian daring to do this. Firstly, Duan Lingtian was confident. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be the type of person who would court death. However, the current situation was critical. Even if Lu Shige felt uneasy in his heart and realized that the situation had changed, he could only brace himself and go forward. Cloud Peak Sword Technique. A sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud welcomed Duan Lingtian's tarsal bone sword that followed like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoths completely exploded. Die! Lu Shiji's gaze revealed a fierce expression as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian's method of defeating the strong as the weak would be able to bridge the gap of over 90 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and his heart moved. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and started to tremble, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster. It welcomed Lu Shiji's sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud. Clang! Instantly, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shiji's hand. At this instant, time seemed to have completely frozen. The crowd of inner court disciples and elders around the life and death arena stared wide-eyed and held their breaths as they stared blankly at this scene. The strength of this sword strike from Duan Lingtian was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of this sword strike from Lu Shige was comparable to the strength of 250 ancient mammoths. If it was any other time, they would think that Lu Shige was capable of easily obtaining victory with such an obvious difference in strength, but today, the person Lu Shige encountered was Duan Lingtian, the legendary disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The legendary disciple that had once defeated the strong as the weak and killed existences that were stronger than him many times. They were curious in their hearts. Today, would Lu Shige use a formidable strength to suppress Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian? Or would Duan Lingtian create another miracle and defeat the strong as the weak and turn defeat into victory and kill Lu Shige? Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. They knew that the result would be out very soon. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths was a gap that was practically impossible to surmount. Clang! No matter what the crowd of people around the life and death arena thought, the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in Lu Shiji's hand in the end. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided in practically an instant. Origin energy shook as a formidable aura spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that swept through the life and death arena, causing dust to suffuse the air. Own! 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 The trembling of origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand skyrocketed to the limit. Tremor energy raised to the limit. Strangle out. Suddenly. Ah! A shrill and miserable cry tore through the sky, and it was accompanied by the sound of iron falling to the ground. Right when the crowd of people around the life and death arena didn't have the time to react, everyone clearly saw Duan Lingtian's figure tremble as he instantly shot towards Lu Shirgu, who was blasted back. Swish! The sword that trembled with origin energy entered Lu Shirgu's chest like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fresh blood violently sprayed out as if it had condensed into numerous dazzling red roses. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his sword. Lu Shirgu's body swayed a few times, and his eyes stared wide open as he fell to the ground with everlasting regret. Lu Shirgu, dead. Duan Lingtian stood beside Lu Shirgu's corpse without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable god of war. Whoosh! Outside the life and death arena, after a period of deathly silence, it completely boiled over. Senior brother Lu Shirgu is dead? Oh my god! The strength of that sword strike of his was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths, yet it was actually crushed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sword strike seems to only have the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, right? He's actually still able to defeat someone stronger than him with a difference of over 90 ancient mammoths. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. The crowd of inner court disciples were all astounded. Even those inner court elders were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Even though they'd heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian in the past, but hearing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. A difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc when he heard the astounded voices of the crowd of inner court disciples. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form, to the mastery stage, his tremor energy had risen to the limit. The scope of its effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then his tremor energy would be able to take effect. When Lu Shirgu exerted his full strength, it was indeed very strong, comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. However, it still wasn't able to pull open a gap of over the strength of 100 ancient mammoths with Duan Lingtian's strength, so, once Duan Lingtian's tremor energy was utilized, he still died. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian relied on a grade 6 spirit sword to exert the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, that was because he'd held back. After all, the basic strength Duan Lingtian was able to exert now wasn't the strength of 120 ancient mammoths that an ordinary 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist possessed. Instead, it was the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. From the beginning until the end, when he attacked Lu Shirgu, he'd still held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. If this strength of 11 ancient mammoths was amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword, then it would be the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian had held back the strength of an entire 15 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by him. A clean sword strike that directly killed Lu Shirgu. After killing Lu Shirgu, the knot in Duan Lingtian's heart was completely undone. He used his own strength to make Lu Shirgu pay the price for what he'd done that day, the price of his life. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a gust of wind sound out by his ears. When he glanced over, he noticed that Fan Jian, who was dumbstruck earlier, had recovered from his shock, and intended to flash down the life and death arena to flee. Want to flee? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his figure flashed out, as if transforming into the wind. The origin energy beneath his feet lightly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Duan Lingtian stepped on the tremor energy, and his speed was more than 50% faster than usual. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian and blocked in front of Fan Jian. Chapter 364. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly calm when faced with Fan Jian's begging for mercy. Fan Jian, I've said it before. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it properly. Since it's like this, then go with Lu Shige. No. When he realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to let him go, Fan Jian's face revealed a savage expression as he shouted out explosively, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he charged towards the other side with the intention of fleeing. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he once again stepped on quake energy to rush out. His speed was so swift that it was even slightly swifter than an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the hand that held the narrow sword lightly trembled. Sword drawing arts. A sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning easily swept past Fan Jian's throat, and fresh blood sprayed out to cover the sky. Whoosh! Fan Jian's body that was charging forward stopped halfway, then he was brought out by inertia and fiercely fell out, and after he fell to the ground, he brushed past the ground and brought out a long bloody mark on the ground. Dead! Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone couldn't help but descend onto the young man on the life and death arena. This young man had once again created a miracle. Using a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist and a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist in a head-on battle, it was simply inconceivable. Duan Lingtian searched the corpses of Lu Shige and Fan Jian for a while before taking away their spatial rings and spirit weapons, then he walked down the life and death arena with a satisfied expression and descended beside Jing Song. Meanwhile, Jing Song reacted to what had happened, and his face was filled with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Jing Song, is the peak master in Mizar Hall? I was just about to ask for a cup of tea from him. Let's go. Jing Song nodded with a smile, then called out to Duan Lingtian before leaving the life and death arena. Wherever he passed, a group of inner court disciples respectfully opened up a path for him. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from sight did the deathly silent life and death arena regain its liveliness. Most people's gazes fell on the two corpses on the life and death arena. Lu Shige and Fan Jian are really unlucky. They actually provoked that malefic. According to what I know, the disciples that provoked that malefic didn't seem to be able to survive. I truly never imagined that after Duan Lingtian broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was even able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Even more shocking is that he actually possesses a grade 6 spirit sword in his possession. After all, even our 7-star sword sect doesn't have many grade 6 spirit weapons, and all of them are in the possession of the various peak masters and guardian elders. In the past, Duan Lingtian only made a name for himself in the outer sect. From today onwards, his name is destined to spread throughout the inner sect. All the inner disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the way to Mizar Hall, Jing Song asked Duan Lingtian, Junior brother Duan Lingtian, when did you return? Duan Lingtian smiled. I just returned. Just returned? Jing Song couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. You just returned and went to look for Lu Shige? Duan Lingtian nodded. Looks like you really aren't willing to wait for even a moment. But, your improvement is too shocking. 1 year ago, you didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before Lu Shige. 1 year later, on the life and death arena, you killed him in a single move. As he finished speaking, Jing Song, this third-level nascent soul stage martial artist, couldn't help but reveal slight fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. It was difficult to fathom. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's alright, I barely made a slight improvement. Barely? A slight improvement? The corners of Zheng Song's mouth twitched when he heard this. This junior brother Duan Lingtian really won't stop until he's shocked to death. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song arrived at Mizar Hall together. In the pavilion of Mizar Hall. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. Amongst all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect, only Jing Fan was the closest to him. Kid, when did you return? Zheng Fan laughed heartily. I just returned today and came to ask for a cup of tea from the Peak Master. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Zheng Fan's brows raised, then he started fiddling with the tea set, and he asked curiously as he busied himself. Where did you go this year? The ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke bluntly. The ancient city of Everlast? Zheng Fan was surprised. You actually went to such a distant place. That place is extremely chaotic. Kid, you're too bold to even dare go there. Zheng Fan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had the protection of a 7th-level Void Prime stage martial artist when he went there, and when he returned, he even had the protection of a Void Initiation stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a fuss over nothing. In the past year or so, your cultivation has increased again, right? Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken yet. Father, junior brother Duan Lingtian is already a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist now. Not only that, he ascended the life and death arena as soon as he returned today and killed Lu Shige. Meanwhile, Jing Song had walked into the pavilion and sat by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with a smile. Zheng Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Jing Song. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with an astounded expression. Your current cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage is sufficient to kill a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian smiled. I was just lucky. Luck? As the Peak Master of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan naturally knew that it was impossible for this to be luck. Duan Lingtian, you're too modest. Even though I know of your ability to defeat a strong opponent as the weak, I never imagined that you'd actually be able to kill a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist. A 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist killing a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist. If it was in the past, he would utterly not dare believe it. But now, all this had happened to Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest, as he'd experienced Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness since long ago. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then held up his teacup and tasted the fragrant tea. After a short moment, Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, Duan Lingtian, what conflict actually exists between you and Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he asked in a low voice. Peak Master, when I left 1 year ago, could it be that Zhao Lin really followed me? Zheng Fan nodded. Exactly. However, he was stopped by me at the critical moment, and in the end, he could only obediently return to the 7-Star Sword sect. From his appearance at that time, it seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed you. Cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zhao Lin. He was really stubborn. Zheng Fan continued. Duan Lingtian, if you have something that's difficult to say about the matter between you and Zhao Lin, then don't speak of it. However, I still have to remind you, this Zhao Lin isn't to be trifled with. As he spoke up to hear, Zheng Fan's tone contained slight fear. Isn't he only an outer court elder of Migres Peak? Duan Lingtian frowned, and was slightly puzzled. How could it be so simple? Zheng Fan shook his head. Do you think that a mere outer court elder of Migres Peak has the ability to make the outer court martial competition I presided over turn into a life and death battle? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That outer court martial competition changing into a life and death battle was related to Zhao Lin? Zheng Fan nodded. He still has such great ability? Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled that outer court martial competition, and he recalled that Zhao Lin was indeed present at that time. Zhao Lin had come with Shi Hao. Zhao Lin only left when Shi Hao was killed. Looks like that time, Zhao Lin ought to have colluded with Shi Hao and reached some sort of agreement with Shi Hao to go against me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Some of the doubts of the past were completely solved. Zheng Fan shook his head. If that Zhao Lin was only an outer court elder, then he naturally wouldn't have such great ability. But the existence behind him isn't simple. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Zheng Fan spoke up to hear, his expression had become serious. Could it be that the sect leader is behind him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Within the 7-star sword sect, there weren't many people that were able to make Zheng Fan fear them. It isn't the sect leader. Zheng Fan shook his head, and at the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he continued. But that existence isn't much different from the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's mood that had eased up once again surged up and down, and he laughed bitterly. Peak Master, don't keep me in suspense, speak frankly. I'm not keeping you in suspense, I only want to let you understand the existence behind Zhao Lin. As Zheng Fan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. But I wonder if you've heard of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect? Guardian elders? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and his face sank. Peak Master, you wouldn't be thinking of telling me that Zhao Lin is related to the guardian elders, right? Duan Lingtian had heard Lu Qiu mention the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect that day. Although he didn't know much about the guardian elders, he knew that the cultivation grounds of the 2 guardian elders each occupied one of the 9 great spirit points in the 7-star sword sect. Not only that, the guardian elders had a special status in the 7-star sword sect, and to a certain extent, they were able to stand on equal footing with the sect leader. Moreover, because of their high seniority, even the 7-star sword sect's leader had to respectfully call them martial uncle. Exactly. Zheng Fan nodded. Zhao Lin is precisely one of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect, the grandson of Elder Ming. Elder Ming lost a son when he was young, and he especially dotes on his only grandson. Just like the sudden change in the rules of the outer court martial competition the other time, it was precisely Zhao Lin who went to look for Elder Ming. Of course, he didn't tell Elder Ming that he wanted to go against you, and only said that he hoped the outer court martial competition would be able to arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples because of this. Arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Zhao Lin's excuse. Zhao Lin's excuse was rather dignified. I never imagined that Zhao Lin had such a background. I thought he was only an ordinary outer court elder. Chapter 365. After bidding farewell to Zheng Fan and Zheng Song, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. His mood was slightly heavy. Zhao Lin's background caused fear to arise in his heart. But in next to no time, he seemed to have thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief. Me too, why think so much? It's fine if that Zhao Lin doesn't come provoke me, but if he dares to take the initiative to cause trouble, then I, Duan Lingtian, am not someone to be trifled with. A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Presently, his spiritual force had already advanced to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void prying stage, and he was only a step away from advancing to the void prying stage. Once his spiritual force broke through to the void prying stage, he would be able to inscribe even stronger inscriptions. Inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with void prying stage martial artists. Since he'd thought it through, Duan Lingtian's mood was carefree, and he walked towards Migres Peak with large strides. Today, killing Lu Shigu and Fan Jian could be considered to have settled one of the matters in his heart. Today, when Lu Shigu launched a surprise attack on him, he'd guessed Lu Shiji's intentions and knew that Lu Shigu was probing him. After Lu Shigu probed him, he noticed the killing intent in Lu Shiji's eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that Lu Shigu had aroused killing intent towards him. In this way, Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation and not only tricked Lu Shirgu onto the life and death arena, he even tricked the instigator, Fan Jian, into the life and death arena. When Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian ascended onto the life and death arena, their outcome was already decided. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't show mercy towards two people that wanted to kill him, and he killed them one by one, completely cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian, have returned. Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, and his brows raised as his gaze descended onto Migres Peak that shot into the sky and was concealed within the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile and walked into Migres Peak. The group of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. I haven't seen senior brother Duan Lingtian for over a year. I feel that his cultivation seems to have improved again. You can even tell. I guessed. Actually, this isn't difficult to guess. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Wu Dao, even if he didn't break through to the nascent soul stage after a year has passed, he would surely have broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. You're right. Just as the group of Migres Peak disciples were discussing animatedly. Big news, big news. A voice that was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy spread throughout the surroundings of the entire Migres Peak trade hall. Immediately, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression as he left the chain bridge and stepped onto Migres Peak. Today, not long ago, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple, Fan Jian, and the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the W Peak's life and death arena with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. After this Migres Peak disciple successfully attracted the gazes of everyone, he released shocking news. Instantly, the surroundings of the trade hall were deathly silent. They weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage Fan Jian. But that Lu Shirgu, what? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu. I heard long ago that 1 year ago, Lu Shirgu launched 2 sneak attacks on senior brother Duan Lingtian, and even heavily injured senior brother Duan Lingtian and knocked him unconscious. But I never imagined that 1 year later, senior brother Duan Lingtian would take revenge and directly kill him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong. Even if a year has passed, senior brother Duan Lingtian would at most be 21 years old, right? Killing a nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 21. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monster hasn't appeared even in the Darkstone Empire, right? For a time, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Migres Peak was like the sun in the midday sky. Presently, perhaps there were some Migres Peak disciples that didn't know the name of the Peak Master, Wu Dao. But Duan Lingtian's name was known by everyone. Presently, his spiritual force had broken through to the verge of stepping into the void prying stage, and Duan Lingtian was already able to easily detect the aura of void prying stage martial artists. Even if there was a void prying stage martial artist following him, he would similarly be able to notice it. So, when he returned to the stalactite cave at the peak of Migres Peak now, he didn't have to be as careful as before and walk around for half a day. After his spiritual force extended out and noticed that no one was following him, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave. Within the stalactite cave, there were another 2 drops of 10,000-year stalactite milk within the pool, 2 drops a year. Wanting to gather enough for another bottle is easier said than done. Duan Lingtian shook the pill bottle in his hand, then shook his head and smiled. Not long after, Duan Lingtian sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate. Presently, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form, had already been cultivated to perfection by him. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he must first familiarize himself with the records of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique in Emperor Wu's memories. The fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Wind Wirm form. Now, Duan Tian was seriously comprehending the Wind Wirm form mental cultivation method. The Wind Wirm form carried a high-grade earth-ranked movement technique. Whirlwind. When Duan Tian completely understood the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wirm form, he couldn't help but be stunned. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, once he started cultivating the Wind Wirm form, he could start cultivating the high-grade earth-ranked movement technique, Whirlwind. It was even to the extent that he could rely on Whirlwind to comprehend force. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcome 6-9 heavenly tribulation or above are able to start coming into contact with force. Earth-rank martial skills are only able to display their might after comprehending force, and are able to be controlled like an arm. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate earth-rank martial skills. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he cultivated according to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique he created himself, the Wind Wirm form, he could cultivate the high-grade earth-ranked movement technique, Whirlwind, and rely on it to comprehend wind force. Wind force belonged to the force of nature. It was similarly divided into elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Once one comprehended advanced wind force, the next step was to comprehend wind concept. Wind concept and the earth concept Zhang Shou-yong comprehended were both concepts of nature. I truly never imagined, after being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. As expected of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique that Samsara Emperor Wu created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, a super cultivation technique that surpasses numerous top cultivation techniques. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. Just like when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, once he comprehended wind force, then once he executed elementary wind force, he would be able to gain an additional strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What concept was that? After all, even if it was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, if not amplified by a spirit weapon, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force at the first level of the nascent soul stage, no one below the void-prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring extremely high comprehension ability, it also required extremely strong willpower, and even unremitting hard work. At that time, the greatest characteristic of the first form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Spirit Serpent form, was to temper the flexibility of my body. The greatest characteristic of the second form, the Raging Python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The greatest characteristic of the third form, the Wirm Python form, was to bestow upon me quake energy and fuse it with origin energy, allowing me to defeat someone stronger than me. Duan Lingtian recalled the cultivation he'd walked all along the way and lightly pondered. Presently, the greatest characteristic of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wirm form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, allowing me to possess the speed of a Wind Wirm. Duan Lingtian's mood surged and was unable to calm down for a long time. The Wind Wirm form gave him too great of a shock. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly look forward to it. Duan Lingtian slowly calmed down his restless mood, and after he calmed his heart, he started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Win WIRM form. When Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in meditation, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shige, had practically spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. Dub He Peak, Merak Hall. That Duan Lingtian's natural talent is indeed not bad. In only a year, he killed Lu Shige and took revenge for the enmity from a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Xue Feng, I know you don't get along with him. But in the future, don't offend this Duan Ling Tian. Master, you said he killed Lu Shige. Hu Shuefeng's face went grim and he had a face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shige was. He was an extremely famous inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's inner court, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. He could be considered to be one of the top figures amongst the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples below the age of 30. But now, he was killed by the Duan Ling Tian that he hated to the bone. He wasn't willing to believe it. Yes. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the peak master of Merak Peak, and he nodded indifferently. This Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader will take him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't offend him. Sect leader? Hu Shuefeng's face went grim and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no other choice now. Duan Ling Tian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 366. Did you hear what I said? When he saw Hu Shuefeng not reacting after a long time, the Merak Peak's master's tone became slightly low. Yes, master. Although Hu Shuefeng was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree, and he silently said in his heart, Duan Ling Tian, since my master doesn't allow me to touch you, then I'll spare your lowly life for now. Presently, Hu Shuefeng seemed to have completely forgotten, he had never been a match for Duan Ling Tian. Not in the past, and not now. Alcade Hall. The cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master. Kerr. A graceful and luxurious figure soared into the sky and descended into the pavilion, then looked at the young woman that was leaning on the side of the pavilion and looking at the horizon with infatuation, and lightly called out. His voice was filled with doting. Master. The young woman returned to her senses, then looked at the beautiful woman that suddenly appeared in the pavilion and bowed respectfully. Kerr, the Duan Ling Tian you're constantly thinking about has returned. The beautiful woman lightly smiled. Master, you said the young master has returned? The young woman's delicate figure lightly trembled when she heard the beautiful woman, then her beautiful autumn eyes lit up, and a wisp of unexpected joy appeared on her drop-dead gorgeous face. This young woman was precisely Kerr. Since she returned 3 months ago and found out that Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had left the 7-star sword sect, she'd always been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to return. She hadn't seen the man that she yearned for day and night for almost 2 years, and she missed him extremely in her heart. As for the beautiful woman that stood before Kerr, her identity was obvious. The Alcade Peak's master. One of the vice sect leaders of the 7-star sword sect. That Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary as well. He's just returned today and already ascended the life and death arena to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. The Alcade Peak's master sighed with emotion, and her eyes revealed slight astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that his age is actually the same as yours. The natural talent and the martial Tao of this personal disciple of hers had already caused her to be extremely shocked. Only 21 years old, 8th level of the origin core stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, such a monster had practically never appeared. But now, that Duan Ling Tian, the sweetheart of her personal disciple, was similarly only 21 years old, yet was already a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. He even had the ability to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Such a battle record was simply appalling. Master, is young master all right? As for who Duan Ling Tian had killed, Kerr did not care. What she was most concerned about was whether Duan Ling Tian was all right. When she noticed Kerr's worry and anxiousness, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master shook her head. Don't worry, he's unharmed. Supposedly, that first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple was killed by him in a single move. This is simply inconceivable. As she finished speaking, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, do you know what method he relied on to defeat someone stronger? Kerr shook her head, and a wisp of a smile of adoration appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young Master has always been very formidable. No matter how hard Kerr works, I'm unable to catch up to him. Not only did Kerr's words not have the slightest trace of jealousy, she was instead happy for Duan Lingtian. This caused the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to be unable to help but sigh in her heart. This disciple of hers had really completely given her heart to that Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm interested in meeting him. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, and her words were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Master, I want to go look for young Master. Kerr lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and pitiful appearance as she spoke in a light voice. Go on. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she nodded. You little girl, you've been longing for him these past 3 months, and even your cultivation has fallen behind by quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious, and Master wants to personally go capture him. Master, you're making fun of me again. Kerr was embarrassed to the point her entire face flushed red, and she fled in panic. After leaving Alcade Hall, Kerr recalled that she didn't know where the young Master's place of cultivation was. Yes, I'll go look for Big Sister Fei first. Since young Master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought up to here, Kerr headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, Kerr's beautiful figure and peerless appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful. She seems to be the personal disciple that the Alcade Peak's Peak Master took over a year ago. Looks like not only does this young woman have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as strong as the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master is one of the few experts in our 7-star sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the peak masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The group of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes when the beautiful figure vanished before their eyes. Migres Peak's Peak, Stalactite Cave. Who? Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when he felt his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was unable to advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. From the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage is a great gap. Even with my current natural talent, it would be difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. No matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with slight persistence. Of course, although Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew as well that once there was a stagnation in the process of cultivation, he must stop cultivating and calm his mind. Otherwise, it would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and be harmful without any benefit. So hungry. Rubbing his dry and flat stomach, Duan Lingtian withdrew fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he ate his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the cave passageway, and he stood on the tilted tree. Sunlight passed through the clouds and mist above him and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars, causing Duan Lingtian to feel traces of warmth. I wonder if Kerr has returned or not. I'll go look for little Fei first. His spiritual force stretched out, and after confirming that there was no one on the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up to the peak of the peak, then headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice sound out, and he raised his head to look over before nodding with a smile to the Migres Peak disciple that came towards him. This Migres Peak disciple was none other than Yi Xiaobei. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, can I have a word with you?" Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of a burning sheen. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked to an empty space nearby the trade hall with Yi Xiaobei, and went straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm the grandson of the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I want to invite senior brother to join our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Of course, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company won't restrict senior brother's freedom. Senior brother only needs to have a name in our Jade Magnolia Trading Company and be an honorary elder of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. So long as senior brother is willing, then in the future, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company will give senior brother a salary of 10 million gold every year." As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and he waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. 10 million gold a year. He believed that Duan Lingtian ought to not refuse such a great temptation. Yi Xiaobei's recruitment had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Only becoming an honorary elder in name would allow one to obtain a salary of 10 million gold every year. Sounds pretty good. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. Jade Magnolia Trading Company, wasn't it the trading company that Xiaodou and his son were in? Xiaodou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A few days ago, he wanted to kill Zhang Shouyong to take revenge for his son, Xia Guang. In the end, he was killed by Zhang Shouyong. This Yi Xiaobei is the grandson of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's president? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Xiaobei in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiaobei was able to casually take out 10 million gold to throw at the Migres Peak disciple that day. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed as if the gold he carried with him wasn't just 10 million gold. At that time, he felt that Yi Xiaobei's identity wasn't simple. Now it would seem that his guess wasn't wrong in the slightest. Even Xiaodou was only the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Whereas Yi Xiaobei's grandfather was the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the true controller of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A salary of 10 million gold every year. Your Jade Magnolia Trading Company is really generous, willing to spend so much money to support an idle person like me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei as he spoke slowly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Jade Magnolia Trading Company has taken a fancy to senior brother's potential. Perhaps, senior brother isn't worth this price now, but it will be far more than this price in the future. Yi Xiaobei went straight to the point and spoke magnanimously. He spoke extremely bluntly. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company didn't take a fancy to the current Duan Lingtian, but the Duan Lingtian that would grow up in the future. Now, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company seemed to be at a disadvantage. But once Duan Lingtian grew up, not only would the Jade Magnolia Trading Company be able to recover its costs, it would even be able to make a huge profit. Moreover, it would be able to get on good terms with Duan Lingtian in advance. To the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, this was extremely beneficial. You're rather direct. Yi Xiaobei's directness left a rather good impression on Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian still shook his head. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not interested in becoming an honorary elder of your Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Yi Xiaobei was stunned. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to reject him so decisively. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, won't you reconsider? If you're willing, our Jade Magnolia Trading Company can even give you 10 years' salary in advance. 10 years' salary in advance. 10 million gold every year. 10 years, that would be 100 million gold. One had to admit that this condition was tempting, or at least, it tempted Duan Lingtian. The total amount of gold and silver he had was less than half of 100 million taels of gold. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian still shook his head and rejected Yi Xiaobei. Although he had a conflict with the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xia Dou, and his son, he didn't have any ill feelings towards the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Chapter 367. Although Yi Xiaobei said that there was no need for Duan Lingtian to do anything for the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. But as the saying goes, after taking advantage of others, one's mouth would soften. Once he took the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's money and became an honorary elder of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, then with his character, he would absolutely not stand idly by if the Jade Magnolia Trading Company encountered any trouble in the future. So, Duan Lingtian chose to refuse. He knew clearly in his heart. Once he agreed to Yi Xiaobei, then he would undoubtedly have to bear a responsibility. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility for money. Not to mention that he wasn't short of money for now. Even if he was short of money, he had ways to earn money. Looks like our Jade Magnolia Trading Company doesn't have this fortune. When he realized Duan Lingtian's resoluteness, Yi Xiaobei sighed, and at the same time, he thought in his heart. Before 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change and even directly refused his invitation. This senior brother Duan Lingtian was really not an ordinary person. In next to no time, a smile once again hung on Yi Xiaobei's face. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, even if business doesn't come to an agreement. In the future, if you have anything you need help with, so long as it's within my ability, I'll surely not refuse. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then he walked away and stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Arcade Peak. Looks like grandfather is going to be disappointed. As he watched Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xiaobei's face as he sighed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Peak, he went to Elder Bai's residence. As soon as he entered the gorge, Duan Lingtian saw two beautiful women that were sitting together and chatting happily. The women were engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice him. Krr. When Duan Lingtian saw one of the women, his gaze abruptly lit up, and his breathing became slightly hurried. The heavy sound of his breathing alarmed the two women. The two women looked over at the same time. Scoundrel! One of the women stood up. She had an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a pleasantly surprised smile hung on her face. It was precisely Li Fei. Young master! Another woman let out a low cry, losing her composure. Her graceful body came forward to welcome him. Krr! Duan Lingtian opened his arms and welcomed the woman into his embrace. He hugged her tightly as if he was afraid that she would leave. Young master, I miss you so much. Kr's voice was agitated as she slowly raised her head. Her beautiful face was covered in tears. Silly girl, I missed you too. Why are you crying? You should be happy. Duan Lingtian helped Kr wipe away the tears on her face. His face was full of love, but at the same time, he felt a little heartache. Young master, I'm just happy. As Kr spoke, she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Li Fei stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. A smile appeared on her face, but she did not disturb them. Young master, why are you only here now? I've already stayed at Sister Fei's place for 2 days. Kr hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and muttered. Scoundrel, Kr came looking for us the day we came back. We didn't know where you cultivated, so she stayed at my place temporarily. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded and hugged Kr even tighter. Silly girl, aren't I here now? Young master, you didn't look for me when you came back. Did you not want to care about Kr anymore? Kr raised her head. Her watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist as tears welled up in them. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. Silly girl, don't think too much. Kerr nodded gently and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, enjoying this moment of peace. However, this peace did not last for long. This was because in the next moment, a hurried voice was heard and broke the peaceful atmosphere. Junior sister, your man is in trouble. Accompanied by a hurried voice, a lively and beautiful figure swept into the canyon. Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei immediately looked at the person who came. The scene in front of her stunned Zhua Qing and she stood there in a daze. Senior sister, you said that scoundrel is in trouble? Did you make a mistake? Isn't scoundrel here? Li Fei was puzzled and confused. Duan Lingtian also looked at Zhua Qing curiously. Why didn't he know that something had happened to him? As for Kerr, after Zhua Qing appeared, she was embarrassed to the point of temporarily leaving Duan Lingtian's embrace. A rosy blush appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face, causing one to be unable to refrain from going forward to kiss her. Zhua Qing finally recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed bitterly. Why are you still here? If I'm not here, then where am I? Zhua Qing's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Senior sister, did something happen? He was able to discern that Zhua Qing's breathing was slightly hurried, and she'd obviously run all the way back. You really don't know? Zhua Qing frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Wait, that Wu Yongqian clearly said that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. Could it be that he's slandering you? When Zhua Qing's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. I caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. And it was Wu Yongqian who said it? The Migres Peak's master is dead? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rosy color on Kerr's face gradually dispersed, and she was slightly moved, and her eyes revealed astonishment. I heard Master say that although the cultivation of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, was inferior to her, he was still a top figure amongst 9th-level Void Prying stage martial artists. How could he have died? Most absurd of all, that Wu Yongqian actually said that scoundrel caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost. That Wu Yongqian obviously had the intention of framing scoundrel. How could scoundrel possibly kill the Migres Peak's master? Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The news that Zhua Qing brought back was too shocking. Senior sister Zhua Qing, what actually happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhua Qing and asked curiously. Now, he urgently wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. He faintly realized that this matter wasn't so simple. Zhua Qing caught her breath and said, earlier, I originally intended to go to the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak to buy some medicinal pills, but right when I just ascended the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall, when she spoke up to hear, Zhua Qing paused, then took a deep breath and continued. I saw that Wu Yongqian carried the corpse of his foster father, the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, and arrived at the peak. He put down Wu Dao's corpse, then knelt at the side of the corpse. After that, he kept on saying that you caused the death of his foster father, and he wanted the sect leader to seek justice for his foster father. Zhua Qing finished speaking in a single breath. A wisp of shock appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard this. The Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is really dead. Suddenly, an absurd thought arose within the depths of his heart. Could it be, for the sake of confirming this thought of his, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhua Qing and asked. Senior sister, did you see Wu Dao's corpse? Zhua Qing nodded. I saw it. If it wasn't for me recognizing him, I wouldn't dare confirm that he's dead. He's the peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak after all, a formidable existence at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. He was killed by someone. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhua Qing recalled as she said, there were no obvious injuries on Wu Dao's body. His face was almost black, and he bled from all 7 apertures, and it was more like he was poisoned to death. Poisoned? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted imperceptibly. I've really guessed correctly. Could it be that Wu Dao really found the soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and his mind surged. He only felt that all this was like a dream. At that time, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, summoned him and asked him about his method of utilizing origin energy to defeat a stronger opponent. At that time, for the sake of foiling Wu Dao, he casually found an excuse. He said his origin energy underwent a mutation because he consumed a spirit fruit from the primeval forest. Later on, for the sake of convincing Wu Dao, he casually spoke of the characteristics of the soul-shattering fruit. At that time, as far as he was concerned, the soul-shattering fruit was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It was impossible for it to appear in the primeval forest. But today, Wu Dao was poisoned to death, and Wu Yongqian kept on saying that it was he who caused Wu Dao's death. All this was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that there's really a soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest, and it was even found by Wu Dao? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. If it was really like this, then Wu Dao was too unlucky, right? The soul-shattering fruit was an extremely special type of highly poisonous spirit fruit. Even the most knowledgeable alchemist in the foreign lands, including the former Emperor Wu of Samsara, was only able to recognize the soul-shattering fruit from its appearance. If it was a person that couldn't recognize the soul-shattering fruit, then there was only one way to test if the soul-shattering fruit was poisonous. Make a person or beast test the poison with their own body. Otherwise, no one was able to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. Even after the Emperor Wu of Samsara became a royal-grade alchemist all those years ago, he was unable to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. It could be imagined how deeply the soul-shattering fruit concealed its poison. If that Wu Dao really died from consuming the soul-shattering fruit, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. How rare was the soul-shattering fruit? Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara from all those years ago only had the fortune to see it twice. Since Wu Dao was able to obtain the soul-shattering fruit, it could only be said that he and the soul-shattering fruit were fated. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why would Wu Yongqian say that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master? Zhua Qin looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At that time, she saw Wu Yongqian's hysterical appearance clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Li Fei and Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well. As far as they were concerned, no matter if Wu Dao's death was related to Duan Lingtian or not, they didn't care. Even if Wu Dao was really killed by Duan Lingtian, they would only feel that Wu Dao deserved death. Duan Lingtian was their sky, their everything. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to speak. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a figure flashed into the gorge and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader has summoned you to the peak of Duphi Peak. The person that had appeared now was precisely the Alcade Peak's outer court elder, Elder Bai. Chapter 368. The appearance of Elder Bai was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this matter has already alarmed the 7-star sword sect leader. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The Migres Peak's master that died this time was a great figure of the 7-star sword sect after all. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, it was impossible for him to stand idly by and do nothing, and he would surely investigate this matter deeply. Master, this matter surely isn't related to scoundrel. Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, deeply afraid that something would happen to Duan Lingtian because of this. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei and her eyes emitted a doting expression as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry. The sect leader only asked Duan Lingtian to go over and didn't want to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Exactly what happened to this matter isn't something that Wu Yongqian alone can decide. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little girls had worried expressions now, and he couldn't help but console them. Duan Lingtian, I heard from some Alcade Peak disciples that you've come to Alcade Peak, and only then did I guess that you're here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then make a trip. I'll go with you. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't avoid this matter. I'll go as well. The two little girls, Li Fei and Ke, spoke in unison. In the end, Duan Lingtian went with the four girls to step onto the chain bridge that led from Alcade Peak to Dubhe Peak, and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak to see the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader. Presently, there was practically not a single Alcade Peak disciple in the vicinity of the Alcade Peak's trade hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have all gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he faintly guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a great earthquake in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian believed him. At this moment, so long as it was a Seven-Star Sword Sect member that knew of this news, they ought to have gathered at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak. It was human nature to watch the show. On the road, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble slightly. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is related to you or not. You must remember, you must flatly deny that Wu Dao's death is related to you, and completely disassociate yourself from the relationship. It was Elder Bai's voice transmission. Elder Bai's words warmed Duan Lingtian's heart, and he replied via voice transmission, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do." Elder Bai nodded, and only then did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and he could be considered to be half a disciple of hers. Even if it was only for the sake of her disciple, she didn't want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the four women arrived at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak together, although Duan Lingtian was prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Presently, the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak was filled with a dense crowd, and heads were moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Most of these people were Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples, and although there were many Inner Court disciples, they were completely drowned out by the Outer Court disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that a few tens of figures were standing high in the sky in the distance. Obviously, they were all void stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man that wore an azure robe with gold inlaid on it. The middle-aged man stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving like a mountain, and imperceptibly, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? Instantly, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this middle-aged man, the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Linghu Jinhong. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has come. Suddenly, the surging crowd was in an uproar, and there were indeed some people that stood at the edge of the crowd that noticed Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. According to what Wu Yongqian, the foster son of Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, said, Wu Dao was precisely killed by Duan Lingtian. A mere Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple caused the death of the peak master of Migres Peak. This Duan Lingtian's ability caused them to feel fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he continued walking forward with the four women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd automatically opened up a wide path for them. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Presently, when the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples that opened up a path for him focused their gazes on him, their eyes emitted traces of a sheen of terror, as if he wasn't a human, but a dreadful beast. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space in the middle of the crowd. On the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there. Beside Wu Yongqian lay a corpse silently. The corpse's face was black, and the blood on the 7 apertures of the corpse hadn't completely dried up, and it seemed to be incomparably dazzling. Wu Dao. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the person that lay on the ground and bled to death was precisely the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. The Wu Dao that was overbearing in front of him in the past and intended to seize his method of utilizing origin energy had now become a corpse. Ah! At the same time, Duan Lingtian recognized the signs of Wu Dao being poisoned. It really is the poison of the soul-severing fruit. This Wu Dao's luck is really good, he actually really found the soul-severing fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao is really misfortunate to the extreme. No matter how rare the soul-severing fruit was, he was actually able to find it. He deserved to die. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the ground, abruptly raised his head, and his scarlet-red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as it converged onto Duan Lingtian. It's you, it's you. It's you that caused the death of my foster father, it's you that caused the death of my foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father, I want to take revenge for foster father. Amidst his roars, Wu Yongqian stomped on the ground and rose up, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Accompanying Wu Yongqian's flashing out was the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air, swish. Instantly, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and his origin energy raged as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes were another 40-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 160-plus ancient mammoths, all exploded out. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move. Because someone had made a move before him. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart abruptly sounded out, and the sound of air exploding echoed out in succession. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and with a bang, Wu Yongqian flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, fiercely falling onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Bai withdrew her hand and stood at the side of Duan Lingtian, and her cold gaze swept Wu Yongqian as she spoke with a cold voice. Subsequently, Elder Bai soared up into the sky and descended by the side of a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman high in the sky, Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian lay on the ground as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and a sheen of hatred flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him, and he raised his head to look at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who stood in the sky with his eyes closed. Linghu Jinhong looked to be no different from an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian was instead able to feel that he was unfathomable. Duan Lingtian believed. This Linghu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zhang Shouyong. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when facing the 7-star sword sect's leader, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight, and he didn't have the slightest intention of bowing, presumptuous. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man that stood behind Duan Lingtian, and he stepped out into the sky. His cold eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, why aren't you bowing when you see the sect leader? Looks like you don't take the sect leader seriously." As he spoke, he put the crime of not respecting the sect leader on Duan Lingtian. Not taking the sect leader seriously. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, as the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. "Elder Zhao Lin, which eye of yours saw that I don't take the sect leader seriously?" The middle-aged man was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Humph. Zhao Lin grunted coldly. You actually dare not bow when you see the sect leader? Isn't this not taking the sect leader seriously? Zhao Lin stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a blade, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring in one go and obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, it was instead deathly silent at this moment. Zhao Lin's words entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone was curious how Duan Lingtian would respond. After all, within the 7-star sword sect, being disrespectful to the sect leader was a not small crime. Of course, there were also many people that were worried about Duan Lingtian. Not only does this kid not bow before me, he actually still does as he pleases before the sect leader. The corners of Jing Fan's mouth curled into a helpless bitter smile. Instead, it was the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman that stood by Elder Bai's side that sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and the sexy corners of her mouth that curled into an arc had a slight mischievous smile mixed within. He's the man that Kerr yearns for day and night? Even until now, he seems to not have the slightest fear, and has a carefree expression as if he has a card up his sleeve. I wonder how he'll deal with Xiao Lin's difficulties. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person involved, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, still had his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about his surroundings. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian laughed loudly, and his laughter spread out to every corner of the peak of Dubhe Peak. It caused the group of 7-star sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What's this Duan Lingtian doing? He dares be so presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Zhao Lin. Chapter 369. I really don't think highly of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded out on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, the air at the scene seemed to be jerked. It was deathly silent. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, all of them held their breaths now, and it was terrifyingly silent, as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. After a short moment, high above in the sky, besides the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who still had his eyes closed as he stood in midair with a calm expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups all went pale. This kid is too willful. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, frowned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian contained slight worry mixed within. The beautiful woman's beautiful brows slightly trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to discern something from Duan Lingtian. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's courage would be so great, to actually dare say in public that he didn't think highly of the sect leader. Suddenly, hiss! 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 A wave of gasping sounds rose and fell, and it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubhe Peak. It was the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Dubhe Peak that had finally recovered from their shock. Duan Lingtian has gone mad. Madman! This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Saying he doesn't think highly of the sect leader in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? Humph! Does he really think that because he possesses extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, the sect leader won't blame him? He's simply indulging in fantasy. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune today. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered. At this moment, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that stood near Duan Lingtian and could see Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. In front of the 7-star sword sect leader and all the higher-ups, saying that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes? In the entire 7-star sword sect, probably only this Duan Lingtian was able to say something like this, and only he dared to say it. Of course, saying such words also meant that he had to pay a great price. Bastard! Young master! Li Fei and Kerr, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed softly. A trace of worry appeared on their beautiful faces. While they were worried, they also had some doubts. Logically speaking, the Duan Lingtian they knew wasn't such an impulsive person. Zhua Qing stood by Li Fei's side with a dumbstruck expression as well, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other 7-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also people that took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. For example, Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuifeng. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you deal with this today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, then he wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to say that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes in front of the sect leader? Hu Shuifeng's face revealed a mad smile. Presumptuous. High above in the sky, Zhao Lin, who looked down at Duan Lingtian, abruptly shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare say that you didn't put the sect leader in your eyes? This is great disrespect to the sect leader. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to be crippled of your cultivation. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky and were on the verge of erupting. His icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. To him, this was a good opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when Zhao Lin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you keep saying that I was disrespectful to the sect leader. But I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader? Please enlighten me, Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian naturally felt the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Zhao Lin is really chattering without end. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he didn't take the sect leader seriously. It's only been a short while, and he's already playing dumb? Right when most people revealed astounded expressions from Duan Lingtian's words. High above in the sky, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who'd always had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian, he wasn't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the 7-star sword sect had long since caused his reputation to reverberate like thunder, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. What does this little fellow have in mind? Linghu Jinhong looked at the scene before him, and his heart slightly jerked as he was filled with curiosity. Humph. Zhao Lin stood in the sky. The origin energy on his body was like flames that coiled and suffused his entire body, and he grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be taken back. Everyone present has heard what you said earlier. It's impossible for you to take it back if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what did I say that caused you to think that I was greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice, earlier, you said you didn't take the sect leader seriously. Could it be that this isn't greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? You still want to deny it? So it's these words. Duan Lingtian nodded and had an expression of sudden understanding, then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile. Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said, I said I didn't take the sect leader seriously, and I was greatly disrespectful. Of course. Zhao Lin's brows raised as the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian, you were greatly disrespectful to the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple an arrogant disciple like you on behalf of the sect. As Zhao Lin spoke, his figure shook and intended to envelop Duan Lingtian and attack Duan Lingtian. However, instantly, Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, there were two formidable auras stretching over and tightly locking onto him, causing him to not dare make any rash movements. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, with these two people protecting Duan Lingtian, unless the sect leader personally gave the order, otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He regretted it. If he knew earlier, he should have directly made a move and killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian spoke those greatly disrespectful words earlier. At that time, Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang hadn't targeted him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. She's Ker's master. The Alcade Peak's master. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart. The beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious with an extraordinary bearing. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, then she replied via voice transmission. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Jing Fan, this mad dog, Zhao Lin, would probably have already made a move against me. Duan Lingtian continued via voice transmission. Mad dog? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. You must give the sect leader an explanation for today's matter. Even though the sect leader thinks highly of your natural talent, it doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, then once again looked at Zhao Lin and asked indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you said earlier that I don't take the sect leader seriously, and that is greatly disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder if you take the sect leader seriously? Of course. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke with certainty. So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin, you take the sect leader seriously, and you don't take him seriously in your heart? Duan Lingtian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute, he'd already looked at the Seven-Star Sword Sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple respects you, it doesn't depend on whether the etiquette is considerate or not. Just like me, although I don't take you seriously, I still take you seriously in my heart and respect you from the bottom of my heart. Unlike some people. They say one thing, yet think another thing in their hearts. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin and pointed out something. Duan Lingtian, don't make slanderous accusations. Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he almost roared. At this moment, if it wasn't for Jing Fan and Qin Xiang staring at him, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Enough! A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it suppressed Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Linghu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you ought to properly cultivate your character. You ought to change this impatient temper of yours. Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and nodded. But the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with contained frightening coldness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know. Would the sect leader punish Duan Lingtian? After all, what Duan Lingtian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Linghu Jinhong slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect for less than 2 years, and he successively defeated a strong opponent on the life and death arena and killed 4 outer court disciples. He left the sect for a year, and on the day he returned, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage inner court disciple. Linghu Jinhong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. These deeds of Duan Lingtian were familiar to everyone present. But when it was spoken out, it instead caused some 7-star sword sect disciples to be greatly surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange, Duan Lingtian is a rare genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it's sufficient to obtain the sect leader's attention. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Chapter 370. Duan Lingtian. You, very good. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face that was tranquil from the beginning until the end revealed a trace of a rare smile. I won't pursue the matter from before, let's drop it here. Let's drop it here. Since Linghu Jinhong said this, he obviously didn't plan to fuss about what had happened earlier with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold, and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Linghu Jinhong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Linghu Jinhong's voice was calm, and it contained coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder, and he shook his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, the peak of Dubhe Peak was once again in an uproar. The sect leader really thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, and he's letting it go just like that? Looks like those with strong natural talent in the martial Dao do indeed have special privileges. Some 7-star sword sect disciples were extremely envious of Duan Lingtian from their words. Presently, the group of people that were concerned about Duan Lingtian, like Li Fei, Ke, and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people that wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, like Wu Yongqian and Lu Shigu, their expressions were gloomy. I never imagined that this little bastard would be able to escape calamity. Hu Shuifeng glanced at Li Fei and Ke who were following behind Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth. What did this Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain the favor of so many beauties? First was Li Fei. Now, there was another young woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. For a time, the flames of jealousy that filled Hu Shuifeng's heart arose, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian thanked Linghu Jinhong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with praise, and thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian is different from the other 7-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stood before me, they were all respectful and reverent, and didn't even dare breathe loudly. But what Linghu Jinhong didn't know. Because of his casual attitude at this time, it made Linghu Jinhong look at him a bit higher. Sect leader, you have to give back my justice Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and like a fuse, it completely ignited the atmosphere at the peak of Migres Peak. Lingtian, Lingtian, Lingtian. They remembered the reason why they were gathered here today. Lingtian, 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 Lingtian of Lingtian, 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 Lingtian. Impossible. The Peak Master of Migres Peak has a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. How could Duan Lingtian possibly kill him? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget the miracles Duan Lingtian has created in the past. Yeah, no matter what kind of miracle it is, as long as it happens to Duan Lingtian, I won't be surprised. If the Migres Peak's Peak Master was really killed by Duan Lingtian, then no matter how much the sect leader values Duan Lingtian today, Duan Lingtian will probably be unable to escape death. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion. At this moment, the gaze Linghu Jinhong shot at Duan Lingtian abruptly became fierce, and he asked with a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Wu Yongqian said it was you who killed the Peak Master of Migres Peak. Do you know your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, and his eyes were crimson red as if he transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay dormant at the side as he spied on Duan Lingtian. Ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, Peak Master Wu Dao's death isn't related to me. What crime have I committed? Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied it flatly. Even though Wu Dao died because of consuming the soul destruction fruit. But as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death wasn't related to him in the slightest. If it wasn't for Wu Dao spying on his method of utilizing origin energy, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul destruction fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul destruction fruit and consuming it to death was simply his own misfortune, and he only had himself to blame. Duan Lingtian, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's denial, and he almost roared. If it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that poisonous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed the poisonous fruit and died from the poison. It's all your fault, it's you who deceived my foster father and made him mistakenly think that it was a spirit fruit that was capable of causing origin energy to mutate. What the heck is going on? Linghu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows twitched, and his fierce gaze seemed to have transformed into a sword that flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wu Yongqian hadn't mentioned all this before. He only said that Duan Lingtian caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Let me say it. Duan Lingtian spoke first, then looked at Linghu Jinhong and said, "Sect leader, that day, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secret, he wanted to obtain the method of utilizing origin energy from me that allowed the weak to defeat the strong." As he spoke up to here, Duan Lingtian paused. Method of utilizing origin energy? Linghu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I was able to defeat the strong as the weak was because my origin energy was able to execute an extremely profound method. Peak Master Wu Dao precisely saw through my method, so he summoned me. He wanted to obtain that method from me and take it for himself. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly. Humph. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, on that day, my foster father wanted to obtain your method of utilizing origin energy because he wanted to contribute it to the sect. Don't make slanderous accusations and slander my foster father. Slander? Duan Lingtian laughed, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm extremely curious, do you believe the words you're saying now? If Peak Master Wu Dao really wanted me to contribute that method of utilizing origin energy to the sect, why didn't he report it to the sect leader first before making a decision? It can be seen from this that he did it for his own selfish desires. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly without holding back in the slightest. You! Wu Yongqian's expression was unsightly. At this moment, he was able to feel the doubtful gazes that swept over from the surroundings. Obviously, no one believed what he said. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear. Besides Wu Yongqian, the gazes of practically everyone present descended onto him. No matter if it was the crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect higher-ups or the crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect disciples. At this moment, they were filled with interest towards the secret of Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Only because that was the method Duan Lingtian used to defeat the strong as the weak. It was Duan Lingtian's trump card. Duan Lingtian relied on that method of utilizing origin energy to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage? Probably. Some 7-Star Sword Sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their eyes shone as they stared at Duan Lingtian. They could imagine. If they were able to grasp that method, their strength would surely obtain an extremely great increase. They didn't even think about it. Even if he really possessed that miraculous and profound method, would Duan Lingtian share it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke once more. I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. My origin energy underwent a mutation precisely because of a spirit fruit I encountered in the primeval forest. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, my origin energy underwent a mutation, and thus I possessed the method of defeating the strong as the weak. Duan Lingtian's words caused a wave of sighs. So it turns out that Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit, and that's why he possessed that strange method. Spirit fruits, especially such a miraculous spirit fruit, are an extremely rare fortuitous encounter, and it's difficult for others to replicate. Some 7-Star Sword Sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I described the characteristics of that spirit fruit to Peak Master Wu Dao. Since that time I left Migres Peak, I've never seen Peak Master Wu Dao again. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently, as for why he slandered me for causing the death of his foster father, I don't know. Perhaps it's because I crippled his right arm that day, so he thought of using this slandering method to take revenge on me. Or perhaps, the death of Peak Master Wu Dao was caused by him. He did this only for the sake of slandering me, for the sake of obtaining Peak Master Wu Dao's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. "You're talking nonsense." Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body roiled as his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a brutal fierce beast that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In Wu Yongqian's hand, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared once more, the strength of over 160 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. When faced with Wu Yongqian, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he abruptly raised his hand, and a narrow sword appeared out of thin air. It was a grade 6 spirit sword as well. Instantly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. Clang! The two grade 6 spirit swords collided, and Duan Lingtian's quake energy shook, forcing Wu Yongqian to abandon his sword. At the instant the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand fell to the ground. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying, and the latter fiercely fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. "I'll kill you." Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, and once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and killing intent was aroused in his eyes. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort that seemed to have come from within an ice cave caused the air to slightly condense. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtian, strangely stopped halfway, his body stiffened, and he didn't move for a long time, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat, so strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his heart trembled. At the instant Linghu Jinhong's imposing aura condensed and descended onto Wu Yongqian, his acute spiritual force clearly sensed it. Linghu Jinhong only used his imposing aura to cause Wu Yongqian to be unable to move in the slightest. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's leader, a void initiation stage expert. Only when Linghu Jinhong withdrew his imposing aura did Wu Yongqian recover his composure, and his face flushed red as he said agitatedly, "Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. My foster father ate the spirit fruit that he described, and then died from the poison. He surely did it on purpose, he surely did it on purpose." As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. Chapter 371. Intentionally. Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from laughing when faced with Wu Yongqian's hysteria. "You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao?" "Exactly, it was you that caused the death of my foster father." Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he was about to swallow his target. After glancing at Wu Yongqian as if he was looking at an idiot, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong. "Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit I described before Peak Master Wu Dao was indeed no different than the spirit fruit I consumed that day. As for the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao found, according to my guess, it ought to only have similar characteristics to the spirit fruit I consumed. But, I'm extremely curious. Even I know how to use a silver needle to first test if the spirit fruit is poisonous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't test the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it?" Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao tested that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a benevolent expression, and after lightly smiling and nodding to Duan Lingtian, he said, "Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to test the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity. Later on, he was still worried, so he looked for me and the other alchemy elders to help him." When he spoke up to here, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. "But according to our tests, that spirit fruit indeed didn't have any toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity within that spirit fruit is extremely secretive and utterly impossible to test. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I, Guanzhong, know that such a spirit fruit actually exists in the world. When he spoke up to hear, the old man sighed. Guanzhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. According to his knowledge, the one and only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemy elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. Hiss. 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 The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. It caused the atmosphere on the peak of Dubhe Peak to become slightly oppressive. Even Elder Guanzhong is unable to test the toxicity of that spirit fruit. The Peak Master of Migres Peak, his luck is truly, it seems that even if we get some kind of spirit fruit in the future, we can't eat it directly. It's best to cut out a small piece and feed it to the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts don't die, then we can eat it. If Peak Master Wu Dao knew how to use this method to test for poison, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death. Perhaps even Peak Master Wu Dao himself didn't expect that the poison of the spirit fruit couldn't be detected by normal means. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, had died unjustly, and died with grievance. Duan Lingtian, you must recognize that kind of spirit fruit, so you deliberately let my master look for it, right? Wu Yongqian glared at Duan Lingtian and questioned sternly. Idiot! Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Wu Yongqian and calmly said, didn't you hear what Elder Guanzhong said? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit. Don't tell me you think my knowledge is better than Elder Guanzhong's? Moreover, according to my knowledge, there are many spirit fruits that have similar characteristics, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked. Elder Guanzhong, is it so? Guanzhong nodded. It's indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. According to my knowledge, there are many types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics to other spirit fruits, and they can practically pass off as genuine. As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a stir on the peak of Dubhe Peak as expected. Looks like Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have just found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But, although the spirit fruit he found has similar characteristics to the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal strength is at two extremes. Exactly. The spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit, causing others to be envious. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was a type of spirit fruit that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to test the toxicity of. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. I'm afraid only by allowing a person or beast to personally test the poison would one be able to test the toxicity of this type of spirit fruit. But, when an ordinary person obtains a spirit fruit, would they share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Peak Master of Migres Peak that died the most aggrieved death in the history of our 7-star sword sect. The whispers of these 7-star sword sect disciples entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, and it caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. That Wu Dao was indeed unfortunate and died aggrieved. He was even able to encounter the soul-severing fruit. This fact still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock, and he felt as if he was dreaming. At that time, he casually fabricated the toxicity of the soul-severing fruit for the sake of brushing off Wu Dao. But he never imagined that Wu Dao really went to the primeval forest to look for the soul-severing fruit. Even more unexpected was that Wu Dao actually really found the soul-severing fruit. Perhaps, at the moment Wu Dao found the soul-severing fruit, his fate was already decided. Sect leader, you already know the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of that poisonous fruit, then it can only be said to be a freak combination of factors. I never imagined that there was another type of poisonous fruit within the primeval forest that had characteristics similar to the spirit fruit I consumed, and it was even found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong as he slowly spoke. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled before enveloping down and sweeping up the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, on the ground. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that originally belonged to the peak master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao, fell into Linghu Jinhong's hand. The peak master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit and died, and it's unrelated to anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily safeguarded by me, and will be left to the next peak master of Migra's Peak. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he abruptly looked at Wu Yongqian, who was about to speak once more. The fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, and he tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. As Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out, he announced the end of today's farce. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the 7-star sword sect disciples, Linghu Jinhong's figure gradually faded, and he first transformed into a phantom before vanishing without a trace. Duan Lingtian, arrive at Dubhe Hall in 3 days. At the same time, a warm voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was precisely the voice of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. I'm not resigned, I'm not resigned. After Linghu Jinhong left, Wu Yongqian roared as he carried Wu Dao's body and dashed madly down Dubhe Peak. Everywhere he passed, the 7-star sword sect disciples moved aside. I originally thought that Wu Yongqian had some ironclad evidence that could prove that it was Duan Lingtian that caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Never had I imagined that in the end, all of this was actually a farce. However, we've finally found out the secret of Duan Lingtian defeating a stronger opponent. Not only is Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is excessively good as well, causing others to be envious. Amidst the waves of bustling discussion, the 7-star sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. Humph. Hu Shuifeng glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving with an unwilling expression. High above in the sky, the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Lingtian, I'll obtain the muscle meridian rebirth scrolls sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubhe Peak that was bustling with noise and excitement a moment ago had gone silent for a moment. Only some inner court disciples that stood near the trade hall and Duan Lingtian's group remained. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, and the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. Just as they landed beside Duan Lingtian and the others, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from behind the clouds and mist in the distance at the peak of Dubhe Peak. The howls of the wind grew closer and closer. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she focused her gaze towards the source of the sound and muttered. It's a demon beast. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Jing Fan, and the others looked over as well. In the distant sky, the clouds and mist roiled, and an incomparably swift black figure was passing through the clouds and mist to flash over. Everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long airflow, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, that black figure approached the peak of Dubhe Peak. So long as it passed through a few more layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First-level void-prying stage demon beast. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force faintly detected the background of this black figure. Wait! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook, and his face went serious. This demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Finally, an enormous black figure passed through the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian's group, and it appeared to float high in the sky. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare trespass into our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubhe Peak, the inner court disciples and nearby the trade hall all surrounded over, and they looked up at the enormous black figure in the sky. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the black figure as well. This was a bird-type demon beast that seemed like an eagle yet wasn't an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black-colored feathers, and when its wings were spread open, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. The feathers on the tip of its wings were even like sharp blades that flickered with a frightening sheen under the thin sunlight. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Dark rock! In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. Dark rock? Duan Lingtian started to search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard this. After a short moment, he obtained what he wanted to know. Dark rock, a void prime stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength was comparable to a third-level void prime stage martial artist. Dark rock was the product of the union between a rock-type demon beast and an eagle-type demon beast. Dark rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the attack of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he was most curious about the person that sat behind the dark rock. Suddenly, whoosh! The dark rock descended from the sky, and the figure that sat cross-legged behind it with a zither on its lap entered into Duan Lingtian's eyes. All of a sudden, clang! Chapter 372. The sound of a zither abruptly sounded out, and it was like a high mountain and flowing water, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw the wings of the dark rock spread open, its back was flat like the ground, and a young man in a silver robe sat cross-legged there, and he was concentrating on playing the zither. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful sound of the zither would follow. It was like the clear sound of an empty valley that lingered in the air without end. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old, and he had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26 or 27. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the young man's appearance clearly. After all, even the most outstanding inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation that he knew, Jing Song, was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 28 this year. This young man was even younger than Jing Song, but his strength far surpassed Jing Song. Who the heck is he? Zither young master. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was precisely Jing Song, who stood nearby Duan Lingtian, who looked at the white-robed young man and spoke, Zither young master. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian was stunned. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard waves of exclamations enter into his ears. He's Zither young master. Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither young master had already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26 years old. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26. Simply monstrous. In our 7-star sword sect, in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian is able to compare to him. Exactly. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, so long as he can maintain it, it's even possible for him to step into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, Zither young master who sat cross-legged on the dark rock and played the zither obviously heard the discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, and his eyes squinted as the movements of his hands slowed down. The sound of the zither reverberated throughout the peak of Dubhe Peak and gradually disappeared. Whoosh! Zither young master's figure moved and floated down, and his gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and Jing Fan. Zi Shang greets the 2 peak masters. Obviously, this Zither young master, Zi Shang, recognized the peak masters of Alcade Peak and Mizar Peak. Zither Prince. Jing Fan lightly smiled, as he didn't dare be disrespectful when facing this outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Rather, it was Qin Xiang who nodded her head lightly. A strand of cold light flashed imperceptibly within Zishang's eyes towards Qin Xiang's casualness, and it flashed before vanishing. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to capture it. Duan Lingtian was alarmed. This zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters, was absolutely not a good person. Very quickly, when he noticed zither young master's gaze, Duan Lingtian frowned. Presently, zither young master's burning gaze had descended onto Kerr, who was by his side. Kerr, we meet again. Zither young master faintly smiled at Kerr, refined and courteous. At this moment, it was as if Kerr was the only one left in his world. Yes. Kerr obviously didn't have a good impression of this zither young master, and she replied indifferently. This is. In next to no time, zither young master's gaze reluctantly left Kerr and descended onto Li Fei, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of shock. In the end, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. So long as it was a normal man, the young man that stood by the side of 2 drop-dead gorgeous women would arouse jealousy in his heart. Duan Lingtian noticed that when zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he was warning him of something. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Suddenly, zither young master looked at the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, and he slightly bowed. I've come this time mainly because I want to propose marriage to peak master Qin Xiang. Propose marriage? As soon as zither young master said this, it caused everyone present to be astounded. Right when everyone hadn't recovered from their shock, zither young master continued. Last time, Peak Master Qin Xiang passed by the Imperial City and stopped at my Z clan. Since that time, I've fallen in love with your disciple at first sight. I heard recently that Peak Master Qin Xiang and your disciple have already returned to the 7-Star Sword sect, so I rushed over impatiently. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish and betroth your disciple, Kerr, to me. As soon as zither young master said this, Qin Xiang's beautiful brows raised. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the people by his side that knew of the relationship between him and Kerr went grim. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he'd noticed that the gaze zither young master looked at Kerr was unusual, yet he never imagined that zither young master had come to the 7-Star Sword sect this time for the sake of proposing marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. He actually wanted to marry Kerr. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish. Zither young master looked at Qin Xiang and said a step further. If Peak Master Qin Xiang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zishang is willing to ask Master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Zither young master's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples present to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword? Even our 7-Star Sword sect seems to only have a grade 5 spirit sword. This zither young master said repeatedly that he wants his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword to him. Who exactly is his master? I heard long ago that zither young master took an expert from the Imperial Kingdom as his master. Now it would seem that all this is true. Grade 5 spirit sword. My God, what extravagance! The 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples were in an uproar, and they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was an existence that was difficult for them to attain in their entire lifetimes. Zither young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Kerr who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. She stretched out her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm and came close to Duan Lingtian, then her beautiful eyes congealed with cold lights as she looked at Zither young master and said indifferently, Zither young master, thank you for your great love. But unfortunately, Kerr's heart already belongs to someone else. Her heart belonged to someone else. Duan Lingtian's stiff face bloomed into a brilliant smile, and he held on to Kerr's delicate hand with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, Zither young master's face went gloomy, and the white robe on his body fluttered without wind. He looked at Qin Xiang. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Before Zither young master could finish speaking, Qin Xiang said indifferently, I respect Ker's choice. Qin Xiang's words were undoubtedly indicating her position. Zither young master's face instantly went gloomy, and his graceful image shattered into pieces. His pair of cold and indifferent eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. You, leave Ker, and I can satisfy any request of yours. Zither young master's words contained a condescending tone, and it was even more like a person in a higher position speaking to a person in a lower position. Idiot! A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard Zither young master, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Idiot! Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian called one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither young master, an idiot? This, at the same time that all the 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with adoration. Presently, besides Ker and Li Fei, even the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Qin Xiang and Jing Fan, had dumbstruck expressions. Duan Lingtian was too valiant. You're courting death. Right when most people were dazed, Zither young master abruptly shouted out explosively. His fingers shook as origin energy condensed to descend onto a string on the zither in his hand. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of the zither sounded out, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The expressions of some 7-star sword sect inner court disciples with comparatively weaker cultivations went pale, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to burst from the sound. Just as the lightning flashed. Swish! An ear-piercing howl sounded out. It was a string on the zither in Zither young master's hand that left the zither, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that whistled towards Duan Lingtian, pointing directly at Duan Lingtian's chest, and it seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's entire body. In the sky above Zither young master, over 1,400 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. Zither young master, Zi Shang, was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and when his full strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, the zither in his hand was even capable of amplifying the strength of over 400 ancient mammoths. It was obviously a grade 5 spirit weapon. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as his entire strength exploded out, and at the same time, he utilized quake energy with the intention of dodging. But, right at the instant he reacted, that zither string seemed to have transformed into the reaping scythe of the god of death, and it was only a foot away from him, too swift. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy, as he was utterly unable to dodge. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to utilize the inscription, "Humph," a cold snort sounded out. Swish! An even swifter sword light flashed by and blocked the zither string that Zither young master played. Bang! The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded, destroying the zither string that Zither young master played. Zither young master's face flushed red, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that attacked, and he said in a low voice, "Peak Master Qin Xiang, I only wanted to test the ability of the man that Ker took a fancy to. Could it be that you don't feel it's beneath your dignity to attack me?" Qin Xiang said indifferently, "Ker is my personal disciple, and her man is someone that I want to protect." Her words were filled with the intention of protecting her own. Zither young master's expression was gloomy, and he abruptly looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly. "Kid, if you still think you're a man, then bring out the spirit of a man and fight with me, Duan Lingtian. The victor will obtain Ker. The loser will forever vanish before Ker. Do you dare?" Zither young master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within. "Zi Shang, you're shameless." Ker's beautiful face went grim. At the instant Zither young master attacked Duan Lingtian, she'd taken Zither young master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither young master issue such a bet with Duan Lingtian, she was instantly exasperated. Kerr, only a strong man is able to protect you. A coward doesn't have the qualifications to possess you. Zither young master refused to let go, and his pair of cold and fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha, whereas Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing loudly instead, and he looked at Zither young master as if he was looking at a clown. What are you laughing at? Chapter 373. What are you laughing at? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually vanished as he said indifferently, I'm laughing at your ignorance. Ignorance? Zither young master's face sank. Who do you think you are? Using my fiancé as a wager. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. As soon as these words were spoken, the peak of Dubhe Peak was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too awesome, he actually dares directly scold Zither young master. As expected of the #1 genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, he doesn't care in the slightest when facing an outstanding talent like Zither young master in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I had half of Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't be to the extent that I still haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian as they spoke. This kid, Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's current actions caused him to feel a wave of delight in his heart. This Zither young master was indeed too arrogant. This wasn't the Z clan. No wonder Kerr is determined to follow him. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Qin Xiang's face when she saw this scene. She was extremely satisfied with this prospective disciple. Satisfying. Zheng Song felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Presently, the person that stood before Duan Lingtian was Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although he was an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and was even the son of the Mizar Peak's master, causing him to possess an extraordinary status in the 7-star sword sect. But it was only like this in the 7-star sword sect. After leaving the 7-star sword sect, he was nothing, and was unable to compare to one of the 5 great young masters, Zither young master. Now, when he saw Zither young master being humiliated, he was just like his father, and he felt delighted in his heart. Zuoqing's beautiful eyes squinted as she glanced at Kerr with envy. In the past, she was slightly puzzled. Why would outstanding women like Kerr and Li Fei be willing to follow the same man? Now, she seemed to slightly understand. This man had too much charm. At the very least, in his eyes, his woman was his reverse scale. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme or humiliate her. Zither young master regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief, "What did you just call me?" He thought he had misheard. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze was ice-cold as he swept a glance at Zither young master. Could it be that apart from having a problem with your brain, there's also a problem with your ears? Hiss. 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 Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, is there no end to it? One had to know that the person standing in front of him right now was not some kitten or puppy. Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and was far from something the Duan Lingtian could compare to. At this moment. Oh! An ear-piercing sound abruptly sounded out, and a black figure that was like a cloud that covered the sky instantly flashed out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Bastard! Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. The demon beast, Dark Rock, that Zither young master rode over seemed to have felt Zither young master's rage, and directly flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator of all this, desiring to pounce and kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment. Accompanied by a sword light flashing out, Jing Fan's voice sounded out. Fuck off. The sword light was like a shadow as it flashed directly towards the dark rock, terrifying the dark rock to the point it returned to where it came from, and its enormous body shivered. As a demon beast, it was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light being annihilated, the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Jing Fan was annihilated along with it. Bastard, if you dare attack again, I'll surely kill you. Jing Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness. It terrified the dark rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted a wave of sorrowful cries. Peak Master Jing Fan. Zither Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Jing Fan interfering. Jing Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master's potential was great, and Zither Young Master would sooner or later attain his current height. But now, Zither Young Master was going against Duan Lingtian. He naturally knew what was more important. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Just based on Duan Lingtian's unparalleled natural talent, it was already worthy of him going all out to protect him. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard. Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me openly. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a piece of trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Kerr, and you don't have the qualifications to protect Kerr. What number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect? In my opinion, he's utterly a cowardly piece of trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out about Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispers of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. This Duan Lingtian was the genius disciple that the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples spoke of when he just arrived, the genius disciple whose natural talent in the martial Tao far surpassed him. At that time, he was unconvinced in his heart. As far as he was concerned. In the younger generation of Cloud Moon Kingdom, only the first two people amongst the 5 great young masters were able to make him take them seriously. Even if it was the other 2 people that were ranked behind him, he wouldn't even spare a glance at them. Right when Kerr was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she was about to refute. Duan Lingtian spoke first, and he glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, right? Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kerr or not seems to be something that isn't up to you to decide, right? One must know one's own limitations, one must know one's own ability. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, actually, in my eyes, there isn't much difference between 3 years and 2 years. Since he said 2 years, then 2 years it will be. In this way, perhaps it can give me some pressure, and allow me to arouse all the potential in my body. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was filled with strong confidence. This caused the Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples present to feel a wave of admiration. Duan Lingtian desired to defeat Zither Young Master in 2 years of time. If he was able to accomplish it, then perhaps Duan Lingtian would become a peerless genius in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that surpassed the 5 great young masters. When they thought of how such a peerless genius appeared in their Seven-Star Sword sect, they felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. Kerr and Li Fei's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were filled with tender affection. Young master, this is my master, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak. In next to no time, Kerr introduced Qin Xiang to Duan Lingtian, then she looked at Qin Xiang with a red face. Master, he's my young master. When she looked at Qin Xiang, Kerr had an embarrassed expression. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly bowed to Qin Xiang, as she was Kerr's master and had the qualifications to make him bow. Qin Xiang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Looks like before you, my face is even greater than the face of the sect leader, Qin Xiang remembered. Even if it was before the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, the young man before her had never bowed. Chapter 374. You're Ker's master, so you're my senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Ker's judgment is very good. Qin Xiang nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Ker has no parents. In the future, this master of mine is like her parents. You have to treat her well, and if I find out that you've let her down, I'll absolutely not forgive you. As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept through Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to instantly seem as if he was at the center of a storm. Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Ker is more important than my life. Duan Lingtian spoke sincerely. Qin Xiang nodded, then left with Elder Bai who was beside her. Zhua Qing followed and left. Kid, 2 years of time. Are you really confident? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. How about we bet 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a fox-like smile. It caused Zheng Fan to be unable to refrain from having a vigilant expression, and he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're obviously not one to suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you. When they saw Zheng Fan and Duan Lingtian being so casual with each other, everyone present, other than Jing Song and the two parties involved, was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Was this middle-aged man that stood before them now and rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian really the peak master of their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak? After Zheng Fan left with Jing Song, Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak with Ker and Li Fei to arrive at Migres Peak. Everywhere they passed, the Migres Peak disciples respectfully greeted them. Today, Duan Lingtian's actions on the peak of Dubhe Peak had once again convinced them. To say that he didn't respect the sect leader in front of him, since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, probably only Duan Lingtian alone had such courage. Scoundrel, you're still cultivating at Migres Peak? Isn't Tianshu Peak's cultivation environment better? Li Fei asked curiously. Little Fei, you will know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously as he held the hands of Ker and Li Fei, one in each hand, and entered Migres Peak under countless burning and envious gazes. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's luck with women is truly enviable. Yeah, the two women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples I've seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're all humans, we're all men. Why is there such a huge difference? The group of Migres Peak disciples were extremely envious as they spoke. After Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought along Ker and Li Fei to follow along a remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Migres Peak. As they looked at the empty peak of Migres Peak, Li Fei asked curiously. Scoundrel, why did you bring us here? The peak of Migres Peak was coiled by clouds and mist, it was completely white, and there was nothing to see. Come. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Ker to the side of the cliff, then lightly smiled as he said, Ker, little Fei, both of you stand here. When you go down later, your movements must be slow, I'll be watching you from below. Below? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei and Ker to have bewildered expressions. In the next moment, their faces went pale. Because they saw Duan Lingtian actually leap down the cliff, their faces went pale, and for a moment, their minds were in chaos, and they practically forgot what Duan Lingtian said to them earlier. Young master. Ker stuck her head out, looked down the cliff, and called out with a voice that contained slight trembling mixed within. Its furry body now propped up its belly, making it look chubby and cute. Another foodie. Duan Lingtian was speechless, and he felt his heart ache as he glanced at the hole that was gnawed out of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. This little gold is really wasting natural resources recklessly. Young master, where's little black and little white? Suddenly, Ker seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression full of anticipation. Yeah, scoundrel, we haven't seen Little Black and Little White for a long time. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he knew that he would have to face this moment sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so soon. He didn't conceal anything when facing the two girls, and he spoke of the sequence of events. Little Black and Little White have left? After Kerr knew everything, a wisp of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with reluctance. She'd watched those two variant little pythons grow up with her own two eyes, and her feelings for them were extremely deep. Now that she knew they'd left, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Little sister Kerr, we'll still have the chance to see Little Black and Little White in the future. Didn't you hear what scoundrel said? Little Black and Little White are only cultivating with the demon beasts by the side of that mysterious young girl, and it's not like they're never coming back. Li Fei gently consoled Kerr. Although she was slightly sad as well, she couldn't compare to Kerr. Besides Duan Lingtian, the two little pythons had always been closest to Kerr. Perhaps it was because when they were just born and broke out of their shells, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. They took Duan Lingtian and Kerr as their parents. Their feelings were extraordinary. That's right, Kuer. Little Fei is right. Little Black and Little White will definitely come back. Our place is their home. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't confident in his heart, he still advised. He could understand Kerr's current feelings. Back then, when Little Black and Little White had just left, he had the same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Squeak squeak, seeming to have realized Kerr's disappointment, the little gold mouse that was originally lying lazily on the ground cried out twice, then leaped up once again and landed on Kerr's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Kerr's face, and it comforted Kerr humanly. Little Gold, I'm fine. Kerr held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded, and its jade-green eyes flickered with a sheen of joy. Little Gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to detect the little gold mouse's cultivation, but now that he'd slightly probed, he'd instead clearly witnessed the little gold mouse's current strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse from over a year ago seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk has caused the little gold mouse to be reborn. The little gold mouse now possessed the natural talent of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and its potential ought to have been developed to the limit. Even if Little Gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline in its body, it would still be able to become a demon emperor sooner or later. Now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with anticipation. Little Gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to break through once more. What would happen to a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after consuming a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no record of it. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and Migres Peak according to the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was precisely the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I wonder why the sect leader asked me to come look for him today. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 375. As the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Dubhe Hall was slightly larger than Migres Hall and Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived outside Dubhe Hall when he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around 25 or 26 years old, had an ordinary appearance and an expressionless face, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. You're Duan Lingtian. The young man stood before Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked with a calm tone. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and was secretly shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that although this young man's age was inferior to the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Jingsong, his cultivation was even more profound than Jingsong. If he didn't misjudge, this person's cultivation had already stepped into the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither young master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Master has been waiting for you for a long time. The young man called out to Duan Lingtian, then turned around and brought Duan Lingtian into Dubhe Hall. Master. After the young man brought Duan Lingtian into the hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man in the hall, then turned around and left the hall to guard outside the hall. It was as if he transformed into a door god. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled, and it could be considered that he'd bowed. The middle-aged man was precisely the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. That person from before is actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Linghu Jinhong stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and besides shock, there was only shock in his heart towards this seven-star sword sect disciple that rose swiftly. The rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a legend of the seven-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's stiff face revealed a slight smile. I heard that Zither young master had descended to our seven-star sword sect 3 days ago. You made an agreement of 2 years with him? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Linghu Jinhong knew about this. What a joke. Linghu Jinhong was the sect leader of the seven-star sword sect, and he had eyes and ears everywhere in the entire seven-star sword sect. As expected of the number one genius since the founding of our seven-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the scene of you fighting Zither young master in 2 years. Linghu Jinhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then changed the topic. Do you know why I asked you to come here this time? Duan Lingtian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Then do you know that besides our seven-star sword sect, there are another 4 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Linghu Jinhong asked again. I've heard of them. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd heard Xiong Quan mention this. Sect leader, could it be that you asked me to come because of those 4 great sects? Linghu Jinhong was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, and he nodded. 1 year from now is the day of the martial competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted to tell you about this. Martial competition. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition passed down from our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects since many years ago. It's held once every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation disciples of the 5 great sects below the age of 30 will participate in a martial competition. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, he sighed. Our 7-star sword sect's younger generation hasn't produced any outstanding disciples in the recent years. During the martial competition 2 years ago and the one 5 years ago, not a single disciple of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition entered the top 3. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Martial competition. Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Linghu Jinhong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, but in 2 martial competitions in succession, not a single 7-star sword sect disciple entered the top 3, and this undoubtedly showed that the 7-star sword sect's younger generation disciples were inferior. Presently, the 7-star sword sect's strength relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that when the experts of the older generation gradually retired, the 7-star sword sect would surely head towards decline if there were no outstanding juniors. The young disciples of the other sects are very strong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Linghu Jinhong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 great sections. Besides that, there are a few figures in the 4 great sects whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Sect leader's meaning is to let me participate in the martial competition of the younger generation of the 5 great sects 1 year from now? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Linghu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Presently, besides my disciple Huangji, the disciple of the Fekta Peak's master, Meng Qiu, and the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Xing Song, amongst the young disciples of our 7-star sword sect below the age of 30, there's only you. Although their strengths are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different from them, you have boundless potential. I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the 5 great sects martial competition 1 year from now, and I mainly want you to go experience it. After another 4 years, I believe that it would undoubtedly be an extremely simple matter for you to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition. Linghu Jinhong spoke of his plans in one go. Experience it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like this 7-star sword sect's leader really didn't have confidence in him. With a quick thought, Qin Shi came to an understanding. Although he'd revealed formidable natural talent, he was only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist after all. Not to mention comparing with the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, he was even far inferior to the 3 comparatively outstanding people in the 7-star sword sect's inner court. The sect leader's plan was extremely obvious. 1 year from now, he'd bring him to experience the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Only on the day of the martial competition 4 years from now, would the sect leader hope that Qin Shi would be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition in one go. Duan Lingtian, in the following 4 years, the sect will spare no effort to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay in my heavenly pivot hall to cultivate. My heavenly pivot hall is the main spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment here is the best in the 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Obviously, he'd completely placed the hopes of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Linghu Jinhong's words. After all, the current Linghu Jinhong was determined to allow him to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition 4 years from now. This glory had an extraordinary meaning to the 7-star sword sect, and it represented the rise of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation once again. The best cultivation environment? Although Duan Lingtian had noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed the Migres Hall and Mizar Hall when he'd just arrived at Heavenly Pivot Hall. But compared to his stalactite cave, there was still a huge gap. Sect leader, I've already gotten used to my current place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Linghu Jinhong's good intentions. In his eyes, the stalactite cave he'd noticed was truly worthy of being the best place of cultivation in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, he didn't speak of it. The stalactite cave was his secret. At least, it was his secret before he left the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, you, Linghu Jinhong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would refuse his good intentions, and was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Lingtian, a good place of cultivation is able to increase your cultivation speed. The Heavenly Pivot Hall is your best choice. You can be at ease. I'm only asking you to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, and I don't have the intention of taking you as a disciple. With your natural talent, I feel that I don't have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm a person that's used to a place, and I need at least 1 or 2 years to get used to it. Truthfully speaking, I've only barely gotten used to the place of cultivation on Migres Peak. You suddenly asked me to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, I'm worried that the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Linghu Jinhong's magnanimity caused Duan Lingtian to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. He was able to discern that this was a true gentleman. He was absolutely not someone that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Lingtian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. After all, the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Pivot Hall far surpassed the other places in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Of course, the reason Linghu Jinhong would think like this was because he utterly didn't know of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't think like this. Since it's like this, then I won't force you. Within these 4 years, if you have any cultivation needs like medicinal pills, you can come look for me, and I'll do my best to help you. Linghu Jinhong promised Duan Lingtian. For the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to be able to bring honor to the Seven-Star Sword sect in the martial competition of the 5 great sects 4 years from now, he decided to spare no expense to foster Duan Lingtian. Only for the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to obtain the honor of first place in the martial competition. Then I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't refuse, and his eyes emitted a strand of bright light. Looks like I'll be able to save a great deal of money for my future cultivation. When he bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and left, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young man that stood guard outside the audience hall. This young man ought to be the personal disciple that the sect leader Linghu Jinhong mentioned earlier, Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was younger than Jing Song, yet was far stronger than Jing Song. Presumably, the sect leader Linghu Jinhong had placed most of his hopes on Huang Ji during the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. This Huang Ji is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. If nothing unexpected happens, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year from now. Chapter 376. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's promise, Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous in the slightest. So long as he needed any materials, he would directly go ask for them from Linghu Jinhong, and every time, Linghu Jinhong would be able to prepare all the materials for him within a day. The sect leader is really efficient. Duan Lingtian walked out of Dubhe Hall once more with a brilliant smile on his face. But, when he arrived at Migres Peak, the smile on his face froze. Humph. With a glance, he saw the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from afar, and his face sank. It was precisely the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin and directly walked towards Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I won't let you off. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled. It was Zhao Lin's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's body slightly paused, then he turned around and coldly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he replied via voice transmission. Then please feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, then looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian, I know your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, without 10 years of bitter cultivation, it's simply a fool's dream. I don't believe that I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find a chance to kill you within these 10 years. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent, then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then entered Migres Peak. After confirming that Zhao Lin didn't follow him, Duan Lingtian directly returned to the stalactite cave, then withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. What he wanted to refine now were 2 grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Ke and Li Fei. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Ling Tian held back when he refined the spirit weapon. But even then, the two grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed the characteristic of amplifying strength by 30%. Grade 7 spirit swords that amplified strength. In the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shuefeng's possession, there was probably only these two swords. After he finished refining the spirit swords, Duan Ling Tian started refining medicinal pills once more. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a grade 7 medicinal pill that reigned above the origin strengthening pill. This grade 7 spirit S to Lingtian's S Tians. A medicinal S T Ling Tian was to Duan to Ling Tian to Lingtian's. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he looked at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of 90% and above. Once it was taken out, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After sending the 2 grade 7 spirit swords to the hands of Ke and Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform as he pondered slightly. Although the sect leader has placed all his hopes on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not still be in the 7-star sword sect 4 years from now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He believed that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize at the moment, he would surely be able to go even further 4 years from now. His goal. Step into the void stage 4 years from now. Once he stepped into the void stage, it would be completely useless for him to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect. The martial competition 1 year from now. I must give the sect leader an explanation. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body. This confidence seemed to have transformed into a shapeless force that seemed to even dare pierce through the heavens. Cultivate. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and his mind was completely immersed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Win WIRM form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled as if it would never know exhaustion. The vast origin energy ceaselessly roiled before finally converging within Duan Lingtian's Dantian. The origin core within his Dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage, as its name suggests. When the nascent soul is born from the origin core, that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew. Presently, if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must make his origin energy burst open the origin core within his Dantian and give birth to a nascent soul. Only in that way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. Swish, within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled and flowed, as if transforming into a surging river that flowed without end. His origin energy was ceaselessly strengthening and transforming. All for the sake of that moment when the origin core breaks open and the nascent soul is born. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation, and he had no distractions in his heart. He tried his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes as he directly swallowed another origin strengthening pill and continued cultivating. Cycle after cycle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack in the sky. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he ceaselessly consumed origin strengthening pills and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his goal. When hungry, he would open his eyes and roast meat to eat. Precisely speaking, he would eat. The words wolfing down food perfectly described the scenes of Duan Ling Tian eating and drinking without restraint during this period of time. During this period of time, Ke and Li Fei had come over a few times. But every time they came, what they saw was Duan Ling Tian who was immersed in cultivation. They didn't disturb him and silently watched Duan Ling Tian for a while before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would unconditionally support him. Only because he was their life. Their everything. On this day. I've arrived at the limit bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body became even more overbearing as it ceaselessly charged into the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Lingtian's dantian was ceaselessly expanding as well. It might burst open at any moment. One day. Bang! Within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform and spread out, causing the air to shake and transform into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, and his eyes were dazzling like an array of stars as they flickered with a bright light. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed and transformed into tranquility. Finally. Nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he was indescribably excited. The nascent soul stage, he'd finally successfully broken through. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's excitement, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just like when I was at the origin core stage, the current me still possesses the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than martial artists with the same cultivation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths is the strength of my fleshly body that was bestowed upon me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Lingtian cultivated the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form. When he was at the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed martial artists with the same cultivation. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength was even 2 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. After breaking through to the core formation stage, the second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed upon Duan Lingtian the method of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy, and it even caused Duan Lingtian's fleshly body to be formidable to an abnormal extent. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist's strength was only comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was practically twice the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always followed Duan Lingtian until now. Coupled with the quake energy bestowed upon me by the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form. Relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind, so long as it isn't a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possesses a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I'll be able to kill them all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he had a preliminary judgment of his current strength. Of course, if it was a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Lingtian were to go against Duan Lingtian would surely be surrounded by dangers. As time goes on, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy will become less and less helpful to me. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. In the future, relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy, he might be able to dominate amongst martial artists of the same cultivation level. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that second-level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, unless Duan Lingtian was able to gain the initiative by striking first. Otherwise, if he were to meet force with force, then Duan Lingtian would lose for sure. Core breaks and nascent soul is born. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he started to look within himself. Presently, the origin core within his dantian had already completely vanished. At the location where the origin core was, a ball of completely milky white infant-shaped gas sat there, lifelike. This ball of infant-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Duan Ling Tian knew this like the back of his hand through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pressing matter at hand is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll immediately stop cultivating and rely on the high-grade earth-rank movement technique, whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Ling Tian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was called the nascent nurturing pill. It was a medicinal pill used by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the origin increasing pill consumed by core formation stage martial artists and the origin strengthening pill consumed by origin core stage martial artists. Continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel that circulating the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wirm form, was even more smooth and easy. The origin energy within his body ceaselessly flowed as it charged towards the next stage. Chapter 377. As he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian forgot the time. Spring left and winter came. In the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed just like that. Stalactite cave, on the stone platform. Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he let out a long sigh. This bottleneck is truly a headache. I wonder how much time has passed. I'll go out and have a look. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out to leave the stalactite cave and stand on the tilted tree. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated at the south of Cloud Continent, and it was extremely difficult to see snow during the winter here. But even then, Duan Ling Tian was still able to feel traces of coldness. Of course, this bit of coldness was nothing to the current him. With his current cultivation, so long as his origin energy coiled around his body, he would be able to easily resist the cold. Unfortunately, even though my cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual force doesn't have the slightest sign of breaking through. Duan Ling Tian heaved a long sigh of relief and was slightly disappointed. Whoosh! After his spiritual force probed the peak of Migres Peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one, Duan Ling Tian ascended the peak and headed down the mountain. When he arrived nearby the trade hall, Duan Ling Tian slightly inquired about it, and only then did he find out that an entire 11 months had already passed since he entered into closed-door cultivation that day. 11 months. The sect leader said that the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time will depart half a month earlier. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge, he thought in his heart. In other words, there's still half a month before I have to leave. After leaving Migres Peak, Duan Ling Tian first went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei, then went to Dubhe Peak's Alcade Hall to look for Kerr. After not seeing them for almost a year, his heart was filled with concern for the 2 little girls. Only when he saw the 2 little girls did he know that it turned out that during this period of time that he was in closed-door cultivation, they had come to look for him more than once. This caused his heart to feel warm. He had to admit that it felt good to have someone care about him. After spending some time with the 2 girls, Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of Migres Peak. He stood on the crooked tree and felt the biting cold wind of winter. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire fluttered, and the origin energy that appeared on its own to resist the bitter cold was withdrawn by him. In an instant, a cold wind blew, enveloping Duan Ling Tian's entire body. The heart-wrenching cold spread throughout Duan Ling Tian's body, causing Duan Ling Tian to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian gritted his teeth and endured. To comprehend the characteristics of the wind in such a vile environment, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in order to comprehend wind force, one must have a certain understanding of wind before practicing the whirlwind. Wind was a combination of gentleness, brutality, coldness, and sharpness. It was boundlessly profound. Presently, the cold wind of winter that Duan Ling Tian faced contained the three great characteristics of wind: brutality, coldness, and sharpness. As for gentleness, that was all the characteristics of the breeze. Duan Ling Tian stood on the crooked tree for an entire day, and only when his face was cold to the point of going pale and he clenched his teeth tightly did he circulate his origin energy to completely disperse the coldness that invaded his body. His entire body recovered its warmth. Wind. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and silently recalled the cold wind that assaulted him for an entire day. The cold wind was brutal and merciless, cold and piercing to the bone, fierce and fierce. Duan Ling Tian stood on the crooked tree just like that, and gradually entered a miraculous state, as if he'd transformed into a statue that didn't move in the slightest. The cold wind was still piercingly cold. But it was unable to penetrate through the origin energy that suffused the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Until the 10th day, Duan Ling Tian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's body slightly moved, and a strange aura accompanied his origin energy as it suffused out. Wind. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth bloomed into a brilliant smile. With a raise of his hand, a strand of an extremely fierce aura suffused out. This is wind force. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At practically the exact same moment, over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Ling Tian. Presently, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize the slightest bit of origin energy or the strength of his fleshly body. The strength of over 100 ancient mammoths? What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was curious in his heart. According to his knowledge, even if it was the lowest level of wind force, elementary wind force, once executed, it was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Just when Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. The over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him abruptly reduced to over 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Then it soared to over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. What's going on? The scene before him caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly dumbstruck, and he completely didn't know what had happened. I seem to have not comprehended wind force. But, wind force seems to have already shown signs of being nurtured. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts abruptly spun. Ordinarily speaking, it's impossible for nascent soul stage martial artists to comprehend force. Could it be that I'm suffering from this restriction now? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that's attached to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WIRM form, is sufficient to assist me in comprehending wind force. Perhaps. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up and descend on the peak of Migres Peak. Presently, the peak of Migres Peak was completely empty. Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian's figure shook, as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he started to cultivate the new movement technique. Although it was said to be a new movement technique, it actually had a slight shadow of the spirit serpent movement technique, whirlwind. Upon stepping into the initial stage, one can comprehend elementary wind force. Upon stepping into the mastery stage, one can comprehend half-step advanced wind force. Upon stepping into the perfection stage, one can comprehend advanced wind force. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards this high-grade earth-ranked movement technique. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that swept through the clouds and mist that coiled around the peak of Migres Peak. His speed became faster and faster. Let's see if I'm able to fuse the incomplete wind force that I've comprehended into whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and as the origin energy on his body roiled, traces of a strange aura appeared. This aura was precisely the incomplete wind force that Duan Ling Tian exchanged for 10 days of sudden enlightenment, in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's speed was almost twice as fast as before. Not only that, along with Duan Lingtian's proficiency towards the incomplete wind force, he even gradually fused it with the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian didn't rest in the slightest. If a void prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to notice that along with the execution of whirlwind, the incomplete wind force on Duan Lingtian's body gradually completely fused with whirlwind. Whoosh! Until the next day, when dawn appeared in the horizon and Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, that unstable strange aura finally stabilized. Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian, who didn't use any origin energy to move his body. This was precisely the strength of elementary force. Elementary wind force. I've succeeded. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and he had an expression of wild joy. Right at this moment. Gurgle. Gurgle, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of light noises, yet he noticed that his stomach was rebelling. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have not eaten for a long time. How many days has it been? Duan Lingtian, who had a bewildered expression, started a fire at the peak of Migra's peak and started roasting meat, wolfing it down. At the same time that he gnawed on the roasted meat, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to recall his gains. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. In Cloud Continent, there are some people with extraordinary comprehension ability that are able to comprehend incomplete force at the nascent soul stage. Once people like that step into the void prying stage, they're practically able to instantly comprehend elementary force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for my situation, according to the knowledge of Samsara Emperor Wu, it ought to be a type of sudden comprehension. Sudden comprehension was something that could be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Countless martial artists might not have even encountered a single moment of sudden comprehension in their entire lifetimes. Some people were able to ascend to the heavens with a single moment of sudden comprehension. Although people like Duan Lingtian that directly comprehended force through sudden comprehension were few in Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. It was even to the extent that some people that had just comprehended half-step advanced force directly comprehended advanced force because of a moment of sudden comprehension. Compared to the latter, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be inferior. Sudden comprehension. I truly never imagined that I would have such luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could realize how difficult it was to obtain sudden comprehension. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu that had experienced 2 lifetimes, the number of people that had obtained sudden comprehension didn't exceed 10. As for people that had experienced 2 instances of sudden comprehension, there was practically no one. Sudden comprehension is an extremely great fortuitous encounter that belongs to a person. Presently, I've comprehended elementary wind force through sudden comprehension. In the future, if I want to sink into that state of sudden comprehension once more, it's practically impossible. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought in his heart. Elementary wind force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed above his legs, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Elementary wind force fused into his origin energy, bang! Above Duan Lingtian, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows accompanied Duan Lingtian as he flashed out. Whirlwind! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that completely swept away the clouds and mist in the surroundings of the peak of Migra's peak. For a time, the clouds and mist on the peak of Migra's peak dispersed and vanished without a trace. Satisfying. At the same time that he dashed out, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if he was racing with the wind, and it caused his mood to feel a wave of comfort. Presently, this high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, can be considered to have officially stepped into the initial stage. As expected of a high-grade earth rank movement technique, it's far from something that high-grade profound rank movement technique can compare to. Chapter 378. Even Duan Ling Tian himself never imagined that when he stood on the crooked tree that day and felt the piercingly cold winter wind, it would cause him to inexplicably enter that state of sudden enlightenment. He comprehended elementary wind force in a single moment of enlightenment. Shit! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted as his face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind! Duan Ling Tian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that flashed straight down Migres Peak, and his heart burned with anxiety. I wonder how long this sudden enlightenment took. If I missed the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then I would truly be letting down the care the sect leader gave me. After Duan Ling Tian left Migres Peak, he directly stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Dubhe Peak. He didn't dare stay for even a moment. Before he entered into closed-door cultivation that day, the materials Duan Ling Tian asked the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, to help him find were practically all materials that he didn't have in his possession. Those materials were all materials that were extremely difficult to come by and were priceless. Duan Ling Tian remembered this favor in his heart. If he was unable to make it in time for the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, then he would undoubtedly lose a chance to repay this favor. He didn't wish to lose this chance. Duan Ling Tian's figure shook, giving rise to the wind and clouds along the way, and he directly headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. After arriving at Dubhe Hall and seeing the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I didn't miss it. Duan Ling Tian, Master has been looking for you for a few days, yet no one in Migres Peak knows the location of your cultivation area. You're really cultivating on Migres Peak? Huang Ji's expression was still calm when he saw Duan Ling Tian, but his brows slightly frowned. The sect leader is looking for me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then under Huang Ji's lead, he walked into Dubhe Hall. Before long, the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, appeared. Duan Ling Tian. Linghu Jinhong's calm face revealed a wisp of a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian. This scene made Huang Ji, who was standing at the side, look a little unnatural. He was Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, but normally, in front of this master, he had never seen his master have such a smile towards him. Jealousy rose in his heart. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Linghu Jinhong with a slight smile. I've been cultivating all this time, but I didn't pay attention to the time. When are we leaving? We'll leave in 3 days. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand as he spoke. Whoosh! In his hand, a spirit fruit that shone with a dark green luster appeared out of thin air. The spirit fruit was crimson in color, but it shone with a dark green luster. With just a glance, one could tell that this spirit fruit was no ordinary item. Huang Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. Spirit fruits were treasures that could only be found by chance. Jade Yuan fruit. When Duan Ling Tian saw the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand, he immediately recognized it and couldn't help crying out in surprise. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the Jade Yuan fruit was a spirit fruit that was of an even higher grade than the profound origin fruit he consumed that day. When a martial artist below the 4th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it was sufficient to directly break through to the next level. When a martial artist at the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If a martial artist fell into a bottleneck, it was even sufficient to directly break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. If a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above consumed it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then once he consumed it, he was confident that he would directly break through to the next level of cultivation. Jade Yuan fruit. At the beginning, although Huang Ji realized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand wasn't simple, he wasn't able to recognize it. Now, when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, his gaze burned. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 3 months ago. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then even if he was unable to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it would be sufficient to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be extremely helpful to his future cultivation. For a time, Huang Ji's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at the Jade Yuan fruit. I never expected that you'd be able to recognize the Jade Yuan fruit. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise. This young man was really becoming more and more mysterious. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his gaze never left the Jade Yuan fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand. I've once seen it in an ancient book, and there's a special diagram explaining it in detail. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding. If it was like this, then it wasn't strange. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian, then his gaze descended onto the Jade Yuan fruit in his hand. This scene caused Huang Ji's face to go pale. Could it be that Master wants to bestow this Jade Yuan fruit to Duan Lingtian? No, absolutely not. Huang Ji's heart burned with anxiety, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, before his master, Linghu Jinhong, he didn't dare be the slightest bit presumptuous. Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage now? Linghu Jinhong slowly asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Oh. Good. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily. You really didn't disappoint me. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 22 years old this year? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a carefree expression. He didn't think that this achievement was very high. The mysterious yellow-clothed young girl from that day, Han Xuanai, was around 15 or 16 years old, and her cultivation was already at the void prying stage. Compared to Han Xuanai, he was nothing. However, a 22-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist appearing within the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was sufficient to cause people to be extremely shocked. He broke through to the nascent soul stage. Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief, and his eyes had a slight trace of coldness. He knew clearly in his heart. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage at such an age, with the character of his master who'd always loved talents as if they were his life, he would surely gift the Jade Origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Linghu Jinhong passed the spirit fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. After consuming this Jade Origin fruit, your cultivation ought to be sufficient to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. I believe that in another 3 years, you'll surely be able to win the greatest honor for our 7-star sword sect in the next martial competition of the 5 great sects. Sect leader. You want to gift this Jade Origin fruit to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he recognized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand was a Jade Origin fruit, he'd never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would gift it to him. After all, Linghu Jinhong had a personal disciple at the nascent soul stage. For a moment, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Ji. But he noticed that when Huang Ji, who'd always been incomparably cold and indifferent to him, looked at him with an additional sheen of jealousy. Duan Lingtian was able to guess the reason. Of course it's for you. Linghu Jinhong nodded with an expression as if it was a matter of course. This Jade Origin fruit was something I obtained by accident when I went deep into the primeval forest half a month ago. A few days ago, I intended to look for you and gift this Jade Origin fruit to you, but I wasn't able to find you. Huang Ji's face sank. He never imagined that the reason his master looked for Duan Lingtian anxiously these past few days was actually for the sake of gifting this Jade Origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. After all, before today, even he didn't know of the existence of the Jade Origin fruit. For a moment, flames of jealousy burned in Huang Ji's heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Only he and the 2 little girls by his side knew of his place of cultivation, the stalactite cave. Without his permission, the 2 little girls would absolutely not reveal the secret of the stalactite cave to anyone else, including their master. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and extended his hand to receive the Jade Origin Fruit. To the current him, this Jade Origin Fruit had an extraordinary meaning, and it was sufficient to allow his cultivation to directly break through to the next level. At the same time that he received the Jade Origin Fruit, Duan Lingtian could feel traces of heaviness. He knew clearly in his heart that at the same time that he received this Jade Origin Fruit, it also meant that he shouldered a responsibility. During the martial competition this time, I'll let the sect leader know that giving this Jade Origin Fruit to me was absolutely not a wrong choice. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Go. After consuming this Jade Origin Fruit and breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, don't cultivate anymore, so as to avoid missing the opportunity to go participate in the martial competition this time. Linghu Jinhong swept his hand horizontally and his sleeve fluttered as he spoke slowly. Second level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Does this sect leader really think that I'm only at the first level of the nascent soul stage now? Yes. But Duan Lingtian didn't explain any further, and he replied before turning around and leaving. When he left, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a burning gaze of jealousy flashing towards him from behind. He didn't need to turn around to be able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was precisely Huang Ji. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Jade Origin Fruit. With this Jade Origin Fruit, my cultivation will step into a new world. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Sect leader, it won't be long before I'll let you know how correct your decision to give the Jade Origin Fruit to me today was. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave this Jade Origin Fruit to him and not to his personal disciple, Huang Ji. Obviously, he'd gone through a period of careful consideration. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that the reason Linghu Jinhong didn't give the Jade Origin Fruit to Huang Ji didn't mean that he wasn't good to Huang Ji. Conversely, since Huang Ji was his personal disciple, in terms of feelings, no one was able to compare to Huang Ji's position in his heart. Today, Linghu Jinhong making such a decision was undoubtedly abandoning his personal feelings, and everything was for the sake of the Seven-Star Sword sect. After all, besides being a master, he was also the sect leader. Every decision he made was likely to affect the entire sect. After returning to the stalactite cave and sitting on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Jade Origin Fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. The juice of the Jade Origin Fruit was icy cold when it entered his mouth, and it fused into Duan Lingtian's body before spreading out. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Win WIRM form. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.